everybody. Hey, it's Debbie. I'm sorry about yesterday. Yesterday was awful. Welcome to my channel. We are going to continue with Chandler Halderson today. Yesterday was not the day of my appointment. I swear, when I talked to that woman on Monday, I asked her 3 times this Wednesday, and she said yes. Because I thought it was kind of strange that the scheduling was Monday and the day was Wednesday. I thought that was strange. They got me in so fast. And I asked her 3 times. But anyway, so I took my little pill. And I guess because I didn't have the painful procedure to get some adrenaline going in my system, I pretty much slept almost all day yesterday. So, and when I wasn't sleeping, I was in pain because of going out in the cold. So yesterday was not a fun day. I was in pain or asleep. And I miss you guys. So let's see. And I swear, you guys, I am taking, oh, I don't know if we'll get in trouble for that or not, but I'm taking my Claritin. It's not helping. Oh, can you guys hear me? Because I'm using different earbuds. Because I have my good earbuds charging. I can change them out if these have crappy sound, because I don't know. Okay. Judy's trivia. Judge John Hyland is a presiding judge in the criminal division, known for his extensive legal experience and significant rulings in high-profile cases. Judge Hyland made a very controversial ruling after the verdict in this case. Halderson's charges included 2 counts each for mutilating a corpse and hiding a corpse. These convictions were vacated due to Judge Hyland saying they should have been lesser included instead of standalone charges. Why? Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Jennifer. I feel better today. I think I needed a rest. Good morning, Marty. I think I just needed to rest a day. I feel better. But the cold and arthritis don't go together. They just don't. And these allergies, I can't shake them. I don't understand. I'm not sick. It's not a cold, because if it was a cold, it would be all the time. I have moments in the day that it clears up. And it wouldn't do that if it was a cold. The Claritin's not working. I don't know. I don't want to go. I don't want to add another doctor to my long list of doctors. I just don't. So I can deal with a little bit of sniffles. Hey, Wiggles. Okay. We're going to go to where we left off, which was right in the middle of a very boring part. It was the guy that got too into explaining the fire. Remember the fire? That could be seen from across the pond. And he wanted to try to figure out which window it was or something. And it's
are beyond our ability to really see with our eyes. So the camera appears to be black and white, when in fact it's a color camera. So these all kind of were in my mind as challenges that would make it more difficult to try to come to an answer of where that window was located versus just looking at the video and knowing readily right away.
Despite these challenges, was it your impression that you could still march on and try to answer that overall question of which window was flickering?
It was.
And you used a process called reverse projection, correct?
Yes.
Reverse projection, the scientific process of determining the position, size, or height of an object.
No, Marty, I didn't.
Achieved by superimposing and aligning the original image over a control image with the same or identical camera in the same position. So tell us about that real quick, other than just what's on the screen. What is this?
So reverse projection has been around in the forensic community, I think, since the 70s. It was originally used by traffic investigators. If a photograph was taken at a traffic crash scene, the idea was you could go back to that location, figure out where that photo was taken. Once they're what's called registered or aligned, the historic image with a new image you might take would allow you to make measurements and to place markers and to place things. So reverse projection is used as a very powerful tool in our forensic processes here at the Sheriff's Office for, again, achieving an understanding of height of a person, location of debris at a traffic crash, location of vehicles at a traffic crash, and in this case, trying to locate where the
didn't put any pictures.
Windows were located in the darkness off in the distance. So we have historic images from July 2nd. The goal then would be to take new images, superimpose them, make sure they're aligned in the X direction, left and right, the Y direction, up and down, the Z direction, in and out, depth, and then the rotationally. And we were in a good position in this case because the target hadn't moved. The Halderson residence is still in the same spot, hasn't moved. The
just did,
Lynch
I don't
residence
see
hasn't
him.
moved. The camera had not moved from what we could tell. So we didn't have the amount of work we would where we say, where on earth was this picture taken? We already knew some of those variables were already controlled. And so it was just a matter of going through the work of trying to figure out, where those windows are located.
Right. So you had your images from July 2nd, and then on July 30th, you go out with a couple guys to the Lynch residence and to the Halderson residence, and you perform kind of this experiment of sorts.
Yes.
Okay. You involve Mr. Wilk, Deputy Wilk, and tell me how this process worked.
Yeah, so one of the things that I always want to do before we embark on any kind of reconstructive work at a crime scene is to try to determine, do we have variables that have changed that are going to affect the experiment? So the most obvious one to me is, do we have the same camera, the same lens, the same connectors, the same wiring, the same DVR, all of that? Because if you don't have the same recording device, you can still do the work, but I think it diminishes the strength of an opinion that can be formed from the data you collect. And so in this case, I had a couple conversations with Mr. Lynch. One, I think, by phone, asking him those very questions. Have you done anything to your recorder? No, I haven't done anything, he responded. I said, good, and I was seeking his consent to be able to do these experiments because we would have to gain access to his home and access to his digital video recording system in the home, as well as be in the backyard again of the Halderson residence after dark. And he said he would allow us to do that work. And so I talked to Deputy Wilk. I spoke to my supervisor, Lieutenant Carls, and said, this is what I think we should do here, is to try to get a greater understanding of where that light was coming from. I received the go-ahead from the administration at the Sheriff's Department to do this work. So on July 30th, it was a Friday evening, I met in front of the Halderson residence with Deputy Wilk and with Lieutenant Carls. I briefed them again on what I wanted them to do. And what I had done was I took a 48-inch piece of angle iron steel and I connected magnetic LED lights to it. So we had approximately 3 feet of vertical light. And then the bottom foot of that stick, kind of like a lightsaber, you could hold on to without having lights beneath your hands. What I told Deputy Wilk was, I said, we're going to be in cell phone contact. I'm going to be over at the Lynch residence across the pond. You, Deputy Wilk, are going to be in the Halderson backyard. I said, I'm going to give you direction where I want you to stand. And when I give you the command, what I'd like you to do is take that lightsaber, that stick, and just move it slowly in front of the window of where you're standing. I don't want you to wave it wide. I don't want you to hold it up high or low. I want you to be in front of, from the camera's perspective, where the frame of the windows would be. And I said, I'll tell you when to stop and I'll tell you when to move to the next window. So I gave him kind of an idea of what we're going to do. So once we did it, it would go quickly and efficiently. So we didn't inconvenience Mr. Lynch beyond what we needed to do.
Got it. So to recreate the experiment, you essentially had another deputy who you were on the phone with, who stood in front of the windows, moving a light around as you filmed him, presumably with the same camera from Mr. Lynch.
Yes.
Okay. But you discovered an offset, correct, in your work over at Mr. Lynch's house?
Yes, I did. So we conducted these experiments, collected the data from the DVR, and I went back to the laboratory at the sheriff's office and started examining the data. And to try to say, well, we want apples to apples comparison, we have to make sure that that's the case. Mr. Lynch told me that he had not done anything to his DVR system, but he did say to me, he said he had been doing some reconstruction work on the deck, I think replacing some deck boards or something. He said they've been doing a lot of hammering, sawing, pounding. He said there's a possibility that the camera might have moved, but he said he had not done anything to move that camera or to alter it in any way. When I was in the laboratory trying to register the images from July 2nd with the images we collected from July 30th, the Y direction, the vertical, was dead on. It was in exactly the same tilted position, up and down. The X position, however, the left and right, was off. And I saw what you see here as a sample, as an example, that the pillar was offset. When I measured how far it was offset, it was 7 pixels. And so that had to be factored into the calculations of the XY coordinates of every window that we were going to measure, that, okay, these camera is essentially in the same location. However, it had moved by the equivalent of 7 pixels on the recording.
Okay. In many ways, you're lucky that this pillar was here and that it was an immediate, obvious error that needed to be corrected in the camera.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you say when you performed this work, you had to adjust 7 pixels to the left, and that brought you back into the original state of the Lynch video on the night of July 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. In performing this work, you did something called frame averaging. Quickly, if you could tell us what that is.
See it, Marty.
Yes, so frame averaging is what's called a noise reduction process. Whenever you record video, audio, or still images, you get what's called a signal to noise ratio. Signal is the stuff you want. Noise is the stuff you don't want. So in this case, the signal are the things in the scene we want to record. The noise is generated by the image sensor in the camera, the circuitry in the camera. Noise can be generated by the compression process in the digital video recorder. Cumulatively, all these things become visual problems for us to try to see clearly. What frame averaging does for us is, instead of just stopping the video on one frame and taking a look and making an assessment, what we do is we take subsequent frames and we mathematically average them together. So the idea is, in any sampling, if I just take one sample of a population, I can make an assessment, but that assessment may or may not be right. The reality is we would have to take more samples to know if our result is reflective of the population. If I were to look at one image and say, ooh, there's a flickering window, I might be right, but the reality is I don't know.
Hey,
so
Jen.
I want to sample multiple images. And in this case, I sampled over 90,000 images to make sure that we consistently saw a flickering light in the same
That's
position
weird.
throughout that duration of time. What frame averaging does is it allows us to see mathematically what happened in that area during that time, because images are just numbers. So those RGB values for each pixel, if we were to average those together over time, that allows us to see what's normally there. Visually, what that does for me is it allows me to more clearly see the edges of that bright window in that dark environment.
So using frame averaging, you were able to determine what the XY coordinates of the flickering window were.
I did.
And if we're zoomed in now, obviously really close, I think everyone can see the timestamp, but that white thing on the right, that's the pole that we've been looking at the whole time, but now we're zoomed in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So at that point, you know the coordinates of this window that was flickering, and you're out there doing this experiment, and you have this guy over there, this other deputy waving the light stick around, and you're going to frame average those images as well to come up with the experiment image, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so then you're going to start comparing and contrasting. So let's start with the dining room window, the first one. So we're going to move left to right, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so dining room window on the far left. What are we looking at there? And we'll go through this one with some detail, and then we'll move a little quicker because some of these are going to be quite similar. But what are we looking at there?
Sure. So what I've got here on slide number 30 is a frame averaged image on the left of the flickering window, the questioned image from the night of July 2nd. Its companion to the right is Deputy Wilk in a frame averaged set of images standing in front of the dining room window to try to show the two locations of the flickering window, which is the questioned window, versus the known window, which was dining room window number 1.
Right. On the right image, this is your experiment, and you look to have essentially duct taped an iPad to that pole at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a clock on there?
Yeah, because I didn't really know what all testing we were going to need to do. And so I took an iPad and just strapped it to the pole to make sure it was in the image, ran a stopwatch so I had a time reference that was reliable if we needed to do any timing information in the future.
Right. The time's not going to be relevant for us today, though.
No.
Okay. But if anyone's ever confused the image with the clock on it or that you have on that pole, that's the sample image that you took from your experiment.
That's correct.
And the other one is the actual raw footage from the night of July 2nd or the early morning hours of July 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
So in slide 31, these are the same images, just enlarged slightly and cropped to help better focus on the area of interest, which is the two windows, the question window on the left from the night of July 2nd, or the morning of July 2nd rather, and then on the right from our first test in front of the dining room window.
Right. So you determined then the XY coordinates of the flickering window. You already had those. And then the XY coordinates of your sample of the dining room window, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you laid those on a graph.
Yeah, I made in slide 34 a graphic representation to help better visually show the actual locations in two-dimensional space. So video is just a two-dimensional representation of that scene. So in 2 dimensions, if we were to go to the next slide, the red box on the left is the location of the dining room light where Deputy Wilkes stood, waved his light, like frame averaged through to try to see on average where the light fell. And on the right is the location of the flickering window.
And you reached a conclusion.
Right. So in the first experiment, the conclusion was that the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the dining room light, or the dining room window rather.
Okay. So we'll keep walking across the back side of the Halderson house. Now we're under kitchen window 2. You performed the same experiment with Deputy Wilk moving the light around that night.
That's correct.
And again, we have our coordinates that are known of the flickering window, the coordinates that you obtained from your experiment, and you laid those on a graph, correct?
I did. So in slide 43, again, a representation of where those windows were, and the image or the red block on the left represents the location of that kitchen window, and the red block on the right is the location of the flickering light from the morning of July 2nd.
And you reached a conclusion there.
I did. So like the first experiment, the second experiment was that the conclusion was that the flickering light was not coming from the kitchen window on July 2nd.
We'll keep going. Kitchen door. Now we're in the third light in from the left at the kitchen door. We have our images there, same as before, of the original image, the sample image from the test, the coordinates we've been looking at, and the coordinates you were able to obtain from your experiments. You laid those on a graph as well.
Yeah, so in slides 52 and 53, I'm showing in red the locations of where those lights were. The image, the red area on the left is actually the kitchen door light location in 2 dimensions. And on the right, the flickering light location from the early morning hours of July 2nd.
And you reached a conclusion there.
I did. The flickering light was not coming on July 2nd from the kitchen door.
All right. Now we're onto the fireplace window, the 4th window in. Here on the left, the original frame average of the original image from the Lynch house in the early morning hours of the 2nd. On the right, your experiment with Deputy Wilk moving that light around, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There are the coordinates that you were able to obtain from the original Lynch video. And on the right, are those the coordinates that you were able to obtain from frame averaging your experiment?
They are.
And you laid those on a graph?
I did. So in slides 61 and 62 of this presentation, it's hard to show things that are on top of one another. So what I showed in red here was the location of the flickering window from July 2nd. And on top of it with green dots, I showed the corners of where our light test showed the location of Deputy Wilkes standing.
Is that perhaps a more zoomed in version of what you were trying to show there?
That's correct.
Okay. You reached a conclusion there?
Yes, so in slide 64, the conclusion was clear to me that the flickering light from July 2nd was coming from the fireplace window, the window closest to the fireplace.
Okay. And then we'll just talk quickly about the remainder, of course. You went through all of the windows on the rear side on that first level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now talking about the family room door, same process, the original image, the image from the test. You laid the coordinates from each one, put them on a graph, and reached a conclusion that regarding the family room door. And what was that conclusion?
I did. In slide 73, the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the family room or from the family room door.
Excellent. Then just briefly to TV room 6. So now we're the 6th window over from the left. Same process, the original image, the sample image, the coordinates of the pixels. You laid it on a graph and reached a conclusion there. What is that conclusion?
Yes, in slide 82, the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the TV window.
Okay. Now we're looking at, lastly, on this image or this PowerPoint, the garage north window. That's that farthest window to the right, correct?
Correct.
Right. Same process. You had your original image, you had your experiment, and you reached a conclusion there.
Yes, so in slide 86, the conclusion on that experiment was that the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the garage north window.
Just briefly tell us about this slide and why you included it.
So in slide 87, this is image 80,389 from the crime scene video that I recorded throughout the scene. And it shows the window from the inside closest to the fireplace. This is what I've been referring to in the experiments as fireplace window number 4.
Okay. And it is your conclusion that it was this window that was the source of the flickering light in the early morning hours of July 2nd?
Yes.
Is it live yet?
I am live.
You calculate some uncertainty here, correct?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Bye.
So whenever we're doing experiments with data, it's important to try to identify any uncertainties, things that we can know. Some people call them error rates. I don't know if that terminology is exactly appropriate in this discipline. Uncertainties are the terminology that I received in my training from the folks at the FBI in doing reverse projection. There's certain certainties that we can calculate, and there's certain things we cannot calculate because we'll never know. In this case, there was an uncertainty that could be calculated, and that's called resolution uncertainty. So in slide 88 here, I listed it's the smallest possible measure that can be deduced from a two-dimensional recording. And that's affected by the camera, lens, recording, all the factors that I've mentioned earlier. So we want to say what, in terms of granularity, what's the smallest thing we could see from this recording?
Okay. And you included a photograph there.
Yes, so in slide 89, I've annotated the dimensions of the windows that I took with a Stanley tape measure when I was in the Halderson's backyard to have an idea of what is the actual measurement of those windows versus the perceived measurement in terms of pixels on the recording.
And you calculated some uncertainty there.
Yes, so here I've put side by side the same window, fireplace window 4. On the left, the height was 49 inches tall. On video, on the right, it was 4 pixels tall. And likewise, the horizontal measurement on the left, 72 inches wide was that window. On video, it was 6 pixels wide. So if we do the mathematics on it, on the next slide here, it'll show if we divide 72 inches wide by 6 pixels wide, we end up with 12 inches per pixel horizontally. So every time we saw one of those little squares in video, it represented a measurement of approximately 12 inches. So we wouldn't see a little tiny detail like you would if you took a selfie or you had a camera up close. 12 inches horizontal. And vertically, mathematically, it came out to 12 1/4 inches. So anything smaller than that, we just can't tell from that distance.
Okay. So after calculating the uncertainty and looking into all the variables and all of your work, based on your training and experience, is it your testimony that, in fact, fireplace window 4 was the source of the light in the early morning hours of July 2nd?
Yes, it is.
All right. You might want to take a drink of water. I'm just going to ask to approach the judge here for 1 second.
Why does he do that? Why is he so worried about all these people's hydration? He has done it every single time. Like, he's so worried that all the witnesses are hydrated. I don't get it. I've looked everywhere, Marty, and I can't find it. Can you send it again? That's weird. I don't know what YouTube's doing.
4-0. We've been here an hour. If you're okay for the next 40 minutes, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. If anybody needs the break now, we'll take it. Does anybody need to break now, or can we go forward? Let's go forward. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hey, you're okay, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
No, I asked you, I guess.
Sorry.
All right.
After essentially concluding in this case that fireplace window 4 was the source of the flickering light, you were actually asked to look at the video itself and do some work on the video to put it in a more presentable fashion of those early morning hours of July 2nd.
Yes.
What did you do?
So there was a lot more video that we had than what we're going to present today. But the main focus in this part of the investigation was that flickering light. So I took the video, enlarged the video, and I was asked to try to speed it up so we didn't have to look at hours of video, is to try to take portions and speed it up in terms of frame rate, so it would go much faster than real time. We still see the effect of the flickering light, and at other portions to let it run at one-time speed so that we could see it in real time, and then just kind of show the duration of that morning, what was seen in that window, fireplace window number 4.
Sure. And just so everyone's on the same page, when you say you enlarge the video, are you confident that you're staying authentic to the video or that you're not altering it in any way?
That's right. And whenever I do enlargements in the laboratory, I do it in multiple fashions so that I can try to see the visual effect of different types of enlargements that can be done.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 315. At least from the labels on this, does this appear to be the video presentation that you put together regarding the early morning hours of July 2nd at the Halderson home in that flickering
Only
window?
I can block
It does.
comments.
All right, I'll move 315 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is
In
received.
the
It may be
community.
published.
Judy can't do that.
And while the detective is queuing that up, the video's, I think, 35, 40 minutes long, around there.
I think so, yes.
Okay. I'll mostly sit silent, and I understand the video is silent, but I'll promise you the jury's already had a couple opportunities to watch long, silent videos in this case. But I may chime in at times and pause it to ask you questions about why you chose to speed up or slow down during certain portions. And in fact, when we start playing the video, we'll pause it, and I'll just have you explain what the jury's looking at briefly. You take the screen off and put it back on. So I'm not resetting it. Let me try that one more time. You good?
bless you.
Bear with us 1 second.
Yes. I'm confused.
Maybe we should take that break after all.
Is it, nothing's happened on that unit either? Okay. All right, let's take our 10, folks. Thanks. All rise for the jury.
Hey, Tricia.
Okay, everybody can be seated, and I know the state will be busy for a few minutes, but anything before?
Has it been printed off, and is that Exhibit 309?
It is.
And does that appear to be the entire PowerPoint?
It does.
Okay, I'll move 309 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So as I said before, we're going to now begin playing the video. It's 35, a little over 35 minutes long. Again, just putting everyone in the right mindset, we're talking about the early morning hours of July 2nd. And in fact, there'll be a timestamp on this, correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll begin playing. And as it's playing, what is the number in the bottom left corner that's moving rapidly?
So in the lower left corner, I added frame numbers. So each frame has an individual number.
And there you've labeled the windows.
That is correct.
And obviously, we've talked before, but you've identified the flickering light as being that number 4, fireplace window.
That is correct.
And there you've overlaid those labels onto the zoomed in part of the screen.
That is correct.
And we have the time there in the very center of the screen. Right now, about 12:19 in the morning.
That's correct.
If we look at the far left, there's a smaller image. Is that the whole image before you zoomed in?
Yes, so the image on the left is the actual size of the video that we received without modifications in size.
And just switched from 9x to 1x. What does that mean?
So I was asked by Detective Sims in preparation for trial to take portions of the flickering light throughout the evening and run it faster than real time, just in the interest of the court's time. And in other sections, just to run it at normal speed, 1x. So those annotations were added by me.
What are we waiting on? Why is it? What's going on? This is boring. Mm. What the heck? We're just watching a clock. Is this how long the fire was going? I don't see a fire. Are we supposed to see a fire? In this little square in the left side, it's supposed to be a fire. I don't see it. Okay, I see it now. It's right in the middle of the screen. You can barely see it. Okay, thanks, guys. That's creepy. I still don't
We'll continue playing
understand.
it. Just as we're watching this, sometimes it does go down to 1x speed, and sometimes it's at 9. How did you make those decisions?
Well, I didn't make the decisions based on time. The times of regular speed versus accelerated speed were given to me by Detective Sims. And what I deduced from it was when we saw brighter lights, things like that,
Hey, Ken.
some of the areas to run it at normal speed. And times in between where it wasn't as bright or there wasn't as much to see, that's when it kind of went into the faster mode. Not exclusively, but for the most part.
Thank you.
I still don't get, why don't you just say, I'm sorry, I lied? Like, why kill your parents? How does that solve your problem? It makes your problem worse. Yeah, that's why we've got the giant pole in the way, because it's from the neighbor across the lake that was like right behind the house, but across the little pond thing. Wow, this is crazy. But I also would not have lied in the first place. I'd just be like, Mom, I dropped out of school. Because I actually did that. I wanted to wait a year between high school and college, and they wouldn't let me. And I dropped out of classes, and I failed classes, and finally I was like, Mom, I don't like college. I wanted to wait a year. You wouldn't let me. I'm failing my classes. He's like, okay, you can wait a year. Right. It makes another problem for you. It's like, okay, that problem solved. Because now they don't know that I lied to them because they're gone. But now I got to lie to the police and everybody else in my life. It's so, I said this before, like in cases like Donna Adelson, like she ended up getting what she wanted because of what she did. But how long did that last? With her, it was what, 10 years? And then now she's in prison for the rest of her life. It's not worth it. Like, don't people ever think of the long run when they do these things? It's just, I don't get it. I just don't get it. That just makes your problem worse. It doesn't take your problem away. This is my first time watching it, Teresa. I didn't watch this the first time. I heard about it. I think I heard about it after the fact, though. So you guys are still voting. I'm going to leave the voting open until this trial's done. It looks like Robert Bardo might be the next one that we do. But the one that I really want to do, and we're going to get to it eventually, is Rittenhouse. I watched Rittenhouse. I can't remember if I watched it. I watched it after the fact because everybody was always talking about, LawTube started with Rittenhouse, and everybody always kept talking about Rittenhouse. And I was like, I missed Rittenhouse. That was before I discovered LawTube. So I went back and watched it. I don't think I watched it with the creator. I think I just watched it off of Court TV or Law and Crime or wherever. And that was such a good trial. And I was I don't know whether to, for people who haven't seen it, I don't know if I should give the verdict away on that one. Oh, I know. Rittenhouse was a good trial, and that judge, he got so pissed at that lawyer, and for good reason. But I don't know if I should give away the verdict in that one, because it seems like a lot of you guys haven't seen that one, and I don't know if I should give the verdict away on that one. Because he was claiming self-defense, so... I think maybe I should leave the verdict a mystery. Because there's a discussion to be had in that trial. You've never heard of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? I think when we do that we're gonna have to put up a no spoiler warning for the people that haven't seen that one and have a discussion about things after the verdict because Judy knows what I'm talking about. Grant Amato is another one I want to do. I didn't see that one. So, Robert Bardo, Grant Amato. I've not seen those. And the other one that was on the poll, who was it? I forgot who it was. It was another Florida one. Anthony Tott. I saw body cam footage, but I didn't see that trial. No, I didn't. Yeah, Marty, Rittenhouse was. Murdaugh, I missed too. Which I don't know why I missed Murdaugh. I wasn't streaming back then, and Alita, because I watched trials on Legal Bites channel, and she was moving.
I'll just ask a question to put everything in context. In the next 20 minutes to a half hour or so of this video, as it's sped up, there's going to be times in which that window grows brighter and then maybe other lights come on, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
No, I did, Ken.
That'll happen in the next 20 minutes or so of the video.
But I watched it after. I didn't watch it live. I watched it afterwards. Because I was like, why did I not watch it? Just because Alita couldn't stream it, why didn't I watch it? So then I went back and watched it. I rewatched it on EDB's stream. I've not seen the Robert Blake trial. Yeah, Murdaugh was good. I don't know why I didn't watch it, though. I mean, it was just like, so Alita couldn't live stream it, but that didn't mean I couldn't watch it. I don't know. I don't know why. But then, I kept hearing stuff about Murdaugh, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. I gotta watch this trial and get caught up, because I know nothing about it. And, so I watched it. I just didn't watch it live. And then I'm so glad I did, because then when all this stuff started coming out about Courthouse Becky and all that, I was up to speed. And I got to watch the hearing and everything about Becky. And I got to watch the judge ask her questions and watch her sit there and lie about it all. Oh, really, Jen? That's cool. I started to say you always remember your first, but no, you don't, because I don't remember my first. You know, my actual first gavel to gavel might have been the Johnny Depp Amber Heard, actually. Like, complete, start to finish. Because I think... No, maybe not. I probably, when I was younger, watched stuff on Court TV. So I take that back. I just don't remember. Hi, gorgeous. What do you want? I bet you want a cookie, don't you? Oh, I'm psychic. Shadow, what do you want?
So I'll just note at around 2:59, you switched to one-time speed, correct?
That's correct.
And now some additional lights have been illuminated. I think you've identified those as kitchen window, kitchen door.
That's
some-
correct.
Some dining room one.
Hey, good girl.
And fair to say that just before the 3 a.m. mark, the fireplace window appeared to go dark for a second there.
It did.
Move, Shadow, so I can get your spoiled sister a cookie. Me too, Tracy. Shadow is digging her way to China right now, apparently. Where are you going, Shadow? I think you covered it up, honey. Still digging. I wish they would quit showing this video and get back to more testimony. That's what I wish.
Okay. It was a long video to watch. Fair to say that in your profession, watching long pieces of video where nothing's going on is just part of what you do.
It all has to be searched, yes.
Well, I appreciate you speeding it up so we didn't have to watch the 4 or 5 hours there. Just a couple last questions. Based on your analysis, when we went through the PowerPoint, the reverse projection, your view of the camera system, and all of your expert analysis in this case, are you confident that that window that we saw at around 3 in the morning that was very, very bright and then just in a snap went dark, are you confident that that is the fireplace window 4?
Yes, I am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused
You may be excused.
and released?
I'll make a decision on that maybe at the lunch break.
Thank you, Deputy. You're excused from the remainder of today, and I don't think there are any exhibits in front of you.
No.
Have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Counsel.
The state calls Special Agent Bill Boswell.
morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that would be our preference at this time.
I will, thank you.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name.
It's William Boswell, William. Last name is Boswell, Bos as in Sam, Well.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a special agent with the State of Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Any particular area of expertise?
Yes, within a division of criminal investigation, I'm assigned to the Arson Bureau.
What are your roles as a special agent with the Arson Bureau?
With the Arson Bureau, we specifically generally investigate fires and explosions believed to be of an intentional nature, an incendiary intentional act.
Showing it's been marked in this case is exhibit number 314. Just what is that?
That is a copy of my curricula vitae.
I move 314 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Early in your career, how'd you get started in being interested in fire or anything of that sort?
Kind of a longer story, but many years ago was a volunteer firefighter. Began my career as a college student in biology and secondary education, and then became enrolled at Oklahoma State University's School of Fire Protection. Was hired as a fire protection consultant with Wausau Insurance Companies in 1994, and then with the Department of Justice in January of 2000 as a special agent.
And I see a badge there. Are you a law enforcement officer?
I am, sir.
And tell me a little bit about your training or your education in the area of investigating fires or arson.
Certainly. So, initially it was with the Wisconsin Law Enforcement Academy, did my 420 or so hours there, and then took various courses prior to that while I was employed with Wausau Insurance and while I was in college in fire investigation with the International Association of Arson Investigators, the Oklahoma chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators, and then here in Wisconsin. In addition to that, I've taken fire academy courses in fire investigation, various courses in fire death investigation, and I currently teach for the Wisconsin Department of Justice Death Investigation School. I teach fire death investigation and body recovery.
Tell us about the subspecialty of fire death investigations.
So with fire death investigation, my background there is assessing fire scenes. We generally look at fire patterns on walls and on floors and ceilings and things of that nature. When we specifically are dealing with a fire death related event, we're looking for those same types of patterns and making various assessments about things that we see with bodies. Sometimes it's a complete intact body. Sometimes it's a body that's been disarticulated as a result of the fire or fire suppression operations.
What effect does fire have on the human body?
It can change it dramatically. Heat, when heat is applied to a body, heat will generally cause the skin to tighten and shrink. Wrinkles around the corners of the eyes and the corner of the mouth begin to smooth out somewhat with just the application of heat. But as the body continues to heat within a compartment or a bedroom or wherever it might be, those changes eventually will get down to the destruction of the skin, the fat, the muscle tissue, and can ultimately, if the fire is allowed to continue to burn, down to the destruction of the bone tissue as well.
Sure. You talked a little bit about your experience, your education, and maybe your teaching. As well as teaching, are you one of the people who actually responds to crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
What type of crime scenes are you responding to regularly?
They vary. In addition to the fire-related events that I get called to as an employee of the Department of Justice, my coworkers in the Arson Bureau generally get called out to work officer-involved shootings, homicides that our special assignments folks investigate, and we assist in processing those scenes, sometimes with and sometimes without the assistance of the State Crime Laboratory.
Do you have any estimate as to how many fire scenes you've investigated as in your role in the Department of Justice?
Since January of 2000, if I estimated about 25 per year, over 400 or more as a case agent and additional as an assisting agent with one of the other folks in the Arson Bureau.
And as part of that experience, have you unfortunately had to see the human body in various states of being burned on different occasions?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes partially and sometimes more completely.
That's correct.
Talk to us generally about fire. What temperature does fire generally burn at? What can you tell us about fire?
Most any fire that you experience generally does not burn beyond about the temperature of around 1,800 degrees.
Sure. Is 1,800 degrees what generally fire burns at? Is that sufficient to incinerate completely the human body into ash?
It generally would not.
Tell me about that.
Generally, you end up needing some additional, if I can use the word assistance, to result in the destruction of human tissue. Even devices that are designed in crematoriums to completely destroy a body often will leave various small fragments of bone, not very often tissue, but small fragments of bone that are left over after that cremation event. So short of adding additional oxygen or maybe changing the fuel to oxygen ratio and how the fire burns, it's very, very difficult to get a complete consumption of human body just from the fire.
When you say insert oxygen, would a small household fan, I suppose there's one sitting right there, something of that size be enough to do what you just mentioned in terms of inserting oxygen if that were applied to a perhaps just a residential fire?
It would certainly help. I mean, if by example, if you're lighting a small campfire or something of that nature, or lighting a fire in your own fireplace, you may often, blow on that or or you use a set of bellows or maybe wave your hand to add and move additional air or oxygen across the surface of that fire to increase the effectiveness of that fire.
Sure. In crime scenes you've responded to and in your training and experience where the human body has been burned, are there usually some remains left that you're able to identify or find?
Generally, yes.
And in perhaps the more extreme of those states, what are those remains? What's usually left?
You'll find very small pieces of bone fragment, the more thick or dense pieces of the human skeleton, perhaps kneecaps, the ball joints of hips and shoulders, where the bone is more densely compacted because of just its development. Teeth will oftentimes remain, thicker portions, maybe around the orbits of the eye, maybe portions of the base of the skull.
Are you assisted in your work with the Department of Justice with professionals in other disciplines?
Yes, sir.
And just in general, what professions do you generally work with?
We work with medical examiners, forensic pathologists, and forensic anthropologists on a fairly regular basis when we're dealing with burned and scattered or disarticulated human remains.
In the early part of July or going into mid-July of 2021, were you asked to assist in the investigation of the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson out in Windsor?
Yes, I was.
And how did your involvement come to be in that investigation?
Dane County Deputy Greg Leatherberry had contacted another one of my coworkers with the U.S. Department of Justice, Special Agent William Fulton, to assist in coming to look at the residence in Windsor. And specifically at that time, it was directed toward looking at a fireplace that was inside the residence. After they had assessed it, I was on vacation back in Pennsylvania at the time. I was contacted and asked if upon my return to Wisconsin, if I could stop by and also take a look at and assess the fireplace inside the residence.
And did you stop by?
I did, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to thoroughly examine the fireplace, the logs, the newspaper, the ashes, and things of that sort at that fireplace at the Halderson home?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you aware that photographs were being taken throughout these processes of examining the fireplace and searching the home?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 316 all the way through 340. Can you just page through those? And the question at the end is, do these appear to be photographs of the Halderson fireplace home in areas that were searched by you and others in law enforcement over the course of days you were there? Are those
Yes.
photographs of such?
Yes, those are.
Okay, I'll take those back from you. I'll move 316 all the way through 340 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
And Special Judge, there's a screen in front of you that's going to come on, but Judge, I'll ask to publish those via slideshow on USB or the HDMI left. And Agent, what are we looking at there in Exhibit 228?
This is the fireplace that I was asked to come and examine.
Just based on this overall photograph, are there any observations you're able to make based on your training and experience in this area?
In looking at the fireplace insert or the wrap that's around the fireplace, there is an area at the top that is a different color. Appears as if the paint is missing in that area, and that's perhaps bare metal beneath. And it appears as if of the what should be 4 glass inserts in the fireplace, only 3 remain.
We'll go to the next photograph. What are we looking at there?
This appears to be the base of the fireplace or the hearth area with the fireplace insert and the base of the fireplace at the top of the photograph. There are also what appear to be 3 evidence markers placed on the hearth as well.
Around the time that you were there and at other times you were where Deputy Leatherberry was taking swabs and things of that sort around the fireplace?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. What are we looking at there?
That appears to be a pair of gloves.
All right, and that's Exhibit 229. I'll say it's Exhibit 229.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
We'll go to the next one.
Okay.
Tell us about that view.
That again is the front or the facing side of the fireplace with the 3 of 4 panels of glass still in place. It appears in this photograph, you can still see portions of the glass at both the top and the bottom of the door frame on the left-hand side.
Go to the next slide, 231. Is that a closer up view of that area that you were saying you could see the bare metal?
That is correct.
What does this appear to be to you based on your training and experience? What were you observing there?
In looking at this photograph, there are a couple of things. One, if we look toward the middle portion of the photograph on the stone, there is some soot deposition or discoloration to the stone, which would not be uncommon in the area of a wood-burning fireplace inside a home. Beneath that is the insert for the fireplace, and toward the, if you were looking at the top edge, toward the left and the right-hand side, there appears to be a bubbling or some type of change in the texture of the paint on both sides. And in the middle portion, the paint appears to be absent down to the level of the bare metal.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. 232, what did 232 appear to be to you?
232 appears to be the far right-hand pane of the glass doors to the fireplace.
And we'll go to the next slide. 233, is this a closer up of that glass area that you said was broken off?
That's correct, down toward the bottom left door, yes.
We'll go to the next slide, which is 234. And is that door open?
That's correct.
All right, we'll go to the next slide. 235. At some point, you opened up the fireplace, correct?
That's correct.
What types of observations did you personally make based on your training experience once you were able to open up the fireplace and look inside?
Certainly, just a couple of items in looking around. If we've moved beyond the observations of the fireplace insert with the discoloration and the change in texture of the paint, as we look inside the fireplace, there are a few areas of discoloration on both the left, rear, and right-hand sides of the stonework inside the fireplace. There is a discoloration or a change in coloration, if you will, on the fireplace grate from left to right. And as we got in a little bit further and began to examine things a little more closely, there was almost like a greasy residue on the pull chain on the right-hand side, which controls the fireplace damper at the top of the chimney.
In your profession, why was discoloration noticeable, or why did you even note it in any of your reports?
Certainly, there is, when we look at fire scenes in general, we're looking for changes in things in patterns. If we're looking at the overall, a particular piece of fuel, let's say, like a couch, we're looking at differences across the surfaces of that couch, considering it's the same piece of fuel from left to right, top to bottom. We're looking at how it burns differently and what it may do differently in the environment. In looking at this photograph of the fireplace grate in particular, we noticed the color change and the gradation between left and right. To me, that indicated that something toward the right-hand side of the fireplace burned differently, was perhaps a different fuel than what was on the opposing side.
All right, we'll go to the next slide. 236, just a view of that glass again.
That's correct.
All right, next slide, 237. What are we looking at there, and why was that notable?
At the bottom of the fireplace, or the fireplace floor, and what you would find in most solid fuel burning fireplaces or furnaces, you would find a trap door, if you will, or an ash dump door. It's a flat metal door that rotates on a central pin left or right, and in a fireplace that burns wood, to get rid of the ash, you would, to keep your fireplace clean, you would open that up, sweep the ash down in, and it would go into some type of container or area where the ash would be secured until you cleaned it out.
Sure. Is this a common feature in homes?
Yes. In wood burning fireplaces, yes.
Okay. And the area in which this goes into, is that generally a fire resistant area?
Generally, it could go into an ash bucket. I can tell you from personal experience growing up, it went to another unused fireplace in the basement of my parents' home. And it just went to the floor in the basement and there was nothing there to catch it. In some locations, it's an enclosed.
We had one in one of our houses that had a fireplace that it actually went outside. Like the fireplace was on the outer door, outer wall of the house, and it actually went to the outside of the house. So you could just go outside and then open the little latch thingy and then clean it from outside of the house. So you didn't have to have ashes in the house at all.
Environment. In other locations, it might go into a metal ash bin or bucket where the ash would be collected and removed.
In the times that it's an enclosed environment and not just a bucket or another fireplace below it, is there usually an access door to allow the homeowner or whoever's keeping the fire to be able to clean that out periodically?
Yes, there should be.
We'll go to the next slide. 238, what are we looking at there and why was that notable?
This is the right side, lower right-hand side of the fireplace. And again, I believe when Detective Leatherberry took this photograph, it was to document that discoloration of the tines, if you will, on the fireplace grate, as well as the presence of the greasier substance that's on the handle for the pull chain on the right-hand side.
Sure. And this may be a good time to ask this question. Some of these photographs are being taken by others, but were you personally involved in being very close to this area and this fireplace?
Yes, I was.
Was there any sort of scent that made that gave you any impression or that raised your attention at all?
Yes, there was.
And tell me about that.
When I'll talk about by example first, because it'll be somewhat maybe gruesome toward the end. When in the performance of my normal duties, if we are out conducting a fire death investigation and we're looking to recover human remains inside a structure that may be buried beneath debris, that may be in collapse, whatever it might be, we rely very much on our senses sometimes to get us there. Sometimes it's a sense of sight. Sometimes it is feel. You can sometimes walk over top of human remains that are beneath ash and not know it until you feel a difference in what you're standing on. And sometimes it is smell. And I equate that smell very often because I love to barbecue It smells like barbecued pork oftentimes, or the grease that you would get from barbecuing a pork shoulder. And this is the smell that I associated with what I was gathering from inside that fireplace when I was down in front of it and working near it.
We'll go to the next slide. Now we're back up on the actual frame itself, but I think it's a closer view in Exhibit 241. Can you tell us why this photograph's relevant and what you're able to glean from that bubbling that we see there?
Certainly. This appears to me to be, if we look at the doors and the break in the seam of the doors, this is probably where the two doors come together in the middle of the fireplace. And what you're seeing on the metallic surface above of the insert is a bubbling or a change in the texture of the paint that is applied, presumably from the manufacturer, but the paint that's applied around the frame of the fireplace.
And based on your training and experience, do you have any comment as to what might cause such bubbling?
Certainly, around a fireplace, the assessment that I think most people would make if they looked at it was that it must have been impacted thermally by some type of heat leaving the fireplace and impacting the metal. Could that also be caused by some type of chemical contact? Absolutely.
All right, we'll go to the next slide. 242. Now, this is the other side of perhaps that area on the top of the frame. What different are you able to glean from this picture? It's labeled as 242, but also with Mr. Leatherberry's sticker as Family L.
Certainly. As we are on the left side of the photo, the far left side of the photo where the two corners of the insert come together, there is no, at least in this photograph, no visible damage or changes in the surface of the paint around the insert. But as we move to the right, you're right also, we start to see that the texture of the paint changes and the amount of the paint present continues to change until we're at the far right-hand side of the photograph where we're down to the bare metallic surface of the frame insert.
Okay. And same question here. Do you believe this either could have been affected by heat or some sort of chemical agent?
I would believe that this would be a heat or a thermal related artifact.
Sure. We'll go to the next slide, which is Exhibit 316. At some point, that fireplace grate was removed out.
That's correct.
And you examined it thoroughly, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Is this that grate?
That is the grate.
That newspaper that we see crumpled up in there, was it important to you to maybe look into the date on that newspaper and what type of newspaper it was?
Yes, we did. We examined each of the pieces of each of the items that were on the grate as we went from top to bottom and got down to where the newspaper was.
And you wrote a report in this matter documenting the type of newspaper, where it was addressed to, and the date and all of that?
That's correct.
And if you need to see that report, you let me know and I'll just bring it to you. But do you recall the date that newspaper was from?
Well, I don't want to speculate, but late June of 2021, maybe the 23rd, maybe the 27th.
Sure. And if I showed you your report, you'd be able to confirm that?
Absolutely, I would.
All right. Showing your report in this matter, and my thumb is right next to it. Were you right on the 23rd?
I was right on the 23rd.
All right. And what was that addressed to?
It was listed as current resident 4595 Oak Spring Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, 53532-1743.
And what newspaper was it?
This was the Badgerland Values Dane Zone newspaper.
And that's one of those things they just send to your house. You don't really want them, but they send them to you anyway?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. 317, is that an overhead view?
Yes, it is.
There's a white area in the middle of that burnt log. Did that at all catch your attention?
Yes, it did.
Why?
When for orientation purposes, I guess for the jury, when you're looking at this photograph, the top left-hand portion of the photograph with the darker tines, as you're facing the fireplace, that would be on your right-hand side. So the back of that fireplace grate is at the bottom of the screen for orientation purposes. But in looking at the burned piece of wood in the center and the white item that is present there at about the 6 o'clock position, before we moved this out of the fireplace, we took a look at it with some better lighting, and based on my training experience, that appeared to be bone, burned bone.
And was that in fact there? You did not place that there, I guess I'll ask.
That is correct. I did not place that there.
And we'll go to the next slide, which I believe is a close-up 318. but that is a photograph prior to anything being disturbed in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to 319, which is next. That's what the fireplace looks like without the grate,
That is correct.
and we're able to see a more clear view of the ash trap there.
Yes.
I don't know where everyone's at with fireplaces in their house. A lot of people have the gas one. Could you just explain what that chain does in relation to a fire?
Certainly. So the chain it controls a damper that is on top of the chimney. If you were to go on top of the roof of the residence to where the chimney is, there is a metal plate that is able to be moved up and down by pulling on this chain either down or releasing it up to assist in airflow throughout the chimney, as is the circular item that you see in the back. That is for combustion air or fresh air to come into the back of the fire at the base of the fire from the exterior, and the heat rises and goes out and leaves the structure.
Guys, you
So
didn't
if
shut
that
the
chain were
door
pulled
again.
completely down, it would close the damper at the top of the fireplace.
Understood. All right, we'll go to the next exhibit, 320, and just a closer view of maybe that ash trap. We'll go to the next one, 321. Again, that became relevant in your investigation, did it not?
That's correct.
That's perhaps why there's quite a few photos. And we'll go through a few of these somewhat quickly, but we'll go to the next one. There, we're looking at just another view of that top view of the fire.
That's correct.
Goes without saying, but fair to say that that fire appears to have some fresh logs put on top of it
Yes,
and one burnt piece in the middle.
that's correct.
All right, we'll go to the next one.
Council, we should note for the record what the exhibit numbers are.
Sure. That was 322. Now we're at 323. What are you doing here and taking some of or having some of these photographs taken? Do you know the purpose?
Yes, I believe when we took this was it was twofold. One, to continue to show the pieces or the items that were on the grate that were unburned, to include the two logs on both the left and the right side, as well as the newspaper. And in the bottom center, running parallel with the fireplace grate, was another piece of wood that ultimately was squared off on one end and kind of rounded over on the end closest to the viewer.
All right, we'll go to the next one, which is 324. We're gonna have a couple close-up photographs of this suspected bone, correct?
Yes,
And this was the bone that you observed on the top of the fireplace?
that's
Fire?
correct. Yes,
All right, we'll go to the next one, 325. Just some different lighting.
yes,
Go to the next one, 326. And at some point, it was placed on a kind of a measuring tool from law enforcement.
yes,
And the same with 327.
correct.
At points during your investigation, did it appear necessary to you to call out a forensic anthropologist who specialized in bone?
Absolutely.
And was one brought to the scene, in fact, a doctor?
Yes.
And who was that doctor?
Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
We'll go to the next one, 328. What is this?
Those are additional, what appeared to be bone fragments that were around the area where the larger piece was that you saw in the prior exhibit.
Okay. 329. Just another one of those fragments.
That's correct.
And the next couple, we'll go to 330. There was just some zoomed in images of that grate where some of these things were being found, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Same with 331,
Yes,
332,
yes,
and 333. 333, though, brings us to a different spot in the Halderson home, does it not?
that's correct.
And in fact, we'll go to 334. We have to go to the basement, right?
Yes, the prior photo was the ash dump removed so we could see what was underneath it and what was beneath it.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Why does she always have to approach? Dang it. Look at that, Debbie.
Ash trap in the fireplace. Where, in fact, did that ash trap lead to in the Halderson home?
It led to an area directly beneath the fireplace. This was a tri-level home. The basement level is below grade. The area where the fireplace was located that you saw in the prior photos was at grade level. There was a kitchen, living room, dining room space, and then a bedroom space. So we're in this photograph, we're at the lowest level of the home, looking at what would have been the back side of the fireplace. And I had mentioned on one of the prior exhibits, the combustion intake, the circular item in the back of the fireplace. The metallic pipe that you see here is what goes directly to the back side of that combustion air intake for the fireplace.
Was there an access in the Halderson home to the container containing the ashes from the ash trap?
Yes, there was.
And was it easily accessible?
No, it was not.
What do you mean by that?
What you see here is after some of the items had already been moved, but so in the basement, the blue table that you see here was covered in other items. I believe I referred to it in my report. There were pieces and parts of what appeared to be an old billiard table that had been stacked up upon the top surface and leaning up against the front of this blue workbench, if you will. The workbench and all the items associated with the billiard table had to be removed, and we then removed the wood paneling that you see on the wall to get to where the ash trap is. And if you look at the bottom right-hand portion of the photo, underneath the table, you'll see a gray colored item there. Immediately to the left of that, that debris that you see on the floor is debris that has fallen out of the door that covered up the ash trap access to the fireplace.
So what did you do to gain access to this area of the house?
All the items were removed from the workbench. The workbench was removed, and we removed the paneling from the wall. Saw that we had a very, very small opening for access to the ash trap. And knowing that we had to get in here to see what was beneath that fireplace, my coworker, William Fulton from Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had contacted a colleague of his who specializes in urban search and rescue, shoring up buildings, breaching walls and things like that to find out what was going to be the safest way to access this for our safety and to prevent any collapse inside the residence.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. So what did you do here?
So so for reference, the smallest opening that you see there on the right-hand side where the wall is painted yellow, that was where the ash trap door had been. And it was a very, very small, approximately 8x8 opening that we needed. That's all we had initially to try to get inside of where this was. So the larger openings that you see to the left and the right were openings made in the wall by Special Agent Fulton based on the recommendation from his urban search and rescue coworker.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. Just a closer up of what is that?
That is the opening to the left-hand side that we created in the wall with the sledgehammer to be able to access the interior portion that was beneath the fireplace.
And we'll go to the next slide. Closer up, what is that?
That is a similar opening, but now on the right-hand side of the fireplace.
Okay. At that point, after cutting these holes, were you able to access the ash area?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. What is that?
That is a top-down view from the vantage point of the level just above the basement, looking down through the ash trap into the pit that contained the ashes underneath the fireplace.
All right. And we'll go to the next slide. What is that?
That is a similar view of that area and the ash that was inside the ash pit, if you will, beneath the fireplace.
And the next slide, similar?
Similar, yes, with debris removed.
All right, and the next slide. What are we looking at there?
Same area, a different capture of the area after additional debris was removed from inside.
Okay, we're going to stop looking at photographs for a second. The You mentioned debris removed. So I guess I assume you're removing debris and taking photos along the way.
That's correct.
Tell me about that process.
So I'll talk about the photos first. With the assistance of Dane County Deputy Scott Coons, we attached cameras to the underside of the fireplace. The support floor for the fireplace had iron or steel bars running through it for support. We used magnetic cameras to hold, or magnets to hold the cameras up so that we could view the interior of this to do two things: to A, take photographs along the way, and B, to push those images to his iPad that he had, so that in areas, I mean, these holes are about 16 by 16 inches. And I'm a little barrel chested, and getting inside was a little difficult. So sometimes seeing, we had to rely on what he was transmitting to his iPad so that we could see where we were to gather items. So we had lights that he set up inside, as well as his cameras that assisted us in documenting the process as we removed debris from the upper levels down to the level that you see here.
And just in general, how did you remove the debris?
So we worked in at different times from each side, but not usually at the same time. We had a fan that was set up on top of the chimney. We removed the damper from the top of the chimney outside and had a fan to draw out dust, to keep dust from getting inside the residence. And we used large grain scoops, plastic handled grain scoops, and removed the items that removed the piles of debris in there to 5-gallon pails, and had those then removed to the exterior of the structure for further examination by Dr. Figueroa Soto and others, as well as the Dane County Bomb Squad with their X-ray machine.
And how long did this whole process take to take out all this ash?
We worked that day for probably 6 hours or so. By the time we got started we had breached the wall prior to that, and we had several different crews there, sifting crews working outside, as well as the crime lab and the Dane County Bomb Squad. And it was the better portion of a day. We actually, 3 or 4 of us actually ended up having to leave at the end of the day to go to a different fire someplace else, but we finished this up before we took off that day.
Sure. And were you part of the sifting operation after the debris was removed?
A portion of it, yes.
And were things of note being found?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So the sifting operation consisted of a couple of different things. Again, when materials we brought out before they went to the sifting stations, and we probably had 4 to 6 sifting stations, maybe more. Before those items were sifted, they were X-rayed by the bomb squad, bomb techs, to determine if there were any items in a particular bucket that might be of interest and that somebody should be looking for. Whether it was metallic items, whether they believed it was something that showed up that maybe looked different that you might not see right away with the naked eye. And then those items were sifted. As the items were sifted, if there were questions about what it might be, whether it was bone or whether it was maybe non-organic remains, Dr. Figueroa Soto was there to answer those questions for the sifting crews. And then as we went through 1/2-inch and 1/4-inch screens, the items that were sifted out onto tarps in case we needed to go back through those at a later date, and those items were maintained.
Sure. Did you yourself see any items that appeared to be bone to you?
Yes, I did.
And were those items also examined by Dr. Figueroa Soto from the crime lab, or from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they were.
Those items that you observed that appeared to be bone, as well as the items that you observed in the fireplace that you've already said you believe to be bone, were those consistent with what you've observed in your career and your training and experience as bone or human bone that's subjected to heat or fire?
I could say that they were consistent with bone. I would not be able to make a determination while there if it was human bone or non-human bone.
Do you rely on another expert to make that
I do
determination?
indeed.
And
Yes.
who's that expert?
That would be a forensic anthropologist, and in this case, Dr. Figueroa Soto.
And she was in fact on scene, was she not?
She was.
1 second.
You bet.
Well, he didn't tell him to take a drink of water this time.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused
He may be excused, yes.
and released, or you'll let him know?
We'll let them know.
All right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank
sir.
you.
Have a good remainder of your day.
You do
Thank
the same. Thank you.
Let me inquire, counsel, of the timing here, if you can.
Sure.
Come on up.
Take care.
Yow. Man, that thing hurts my ears every time he turns it on.
We need to break both for convenience of witnesses so that we don't get started with someone and have to stop, and for my schedule with another hearing. What I'd like to do is go back onto the record at 12:45, so that there's an hour and 15 minutes here where you are free. We need some time ourselves. I do as well. So we'll come back at 12:45. And I remind you again, while you're away from this room, don't discuss the case with anyone or overhear any discussions. Don't seek out information or become exposed to any information about the case or take any steps purposely or inadvertently that could expose you to information. We'll see you after the lunch break. Thank you very much.
All right, Gary.
Thank you. Please be seated, everybody. Folks, during the lunch break, was anyone exposed to any information or participate in any discussions about the case or seek out or purposely or inadvertently become exposed to any information? I see no hands. Thank you very much. We are in a moment ready to proceed. We're just organizing the exhibits slightly. And then the state will call its next witness.
The state's going to call Lissa Kiefer to the stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. If you feel you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be appreciated. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lissa Kiefer, Lissa Kiefer.
How are you employed, Lissa?
I'm the store manager for Quick Trip in Windsor, Wisconsin.
And were you working in that capacity in July of 2021?
Yes,
And at that time, did you collect some video and turn it over to police of some store footage from your store on July 1st of 2021?
yes,
And was that video footage that you turned over true and accurate?
yes,
I would move exhibit to do 405 into evidence at this time.
no objection.
It is received.
And permission to publish?
Yes.
We would ask for the HDMI. And this is the Quick Trip you said in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Correct.
And that's by DeForest.
Yes,
Okay. Hold on, it's playing really fast. And just for the record, we are playing, there's several cameras, correct?
Yes.
We're playing, this is camera 15.
Be sure to note the start time for the video once you begin. If this
We're
isn't,
starting it at 8:22 p.m.
thank you.
And this is one of those cameras that kind of pivots, so it takes different pictures of different locations every few seconds. Is that fair?
Yes. Yep.
Dang it, I was muted again. Hey, Wing Baby. That's funny, Marty.
Just gonna note the time is 8:22 and 48 seconds in the PM. You go to camera 23. Now we're gonna look at camera 23. What area of your store is camera 23?
It is the aisle that carries the ATMs.
Also looks to be like the cooler air, kind of. towards the
Cooler
back, the
ice, and
cooler
it's the
area.
path to the beer cave, yes.
Okay,
And the time on this image?
I think we're getting it before we
Okay.
start playing.
I can't read the small print, so I don't know if
Absolutely.
it's there or not.
8:23 p.m.
Thank you.
And we're stopping it at 8:23 and 30 seconds. And then finally, I believe we are going to play camera 10. Starting it at 8:24 and 14 seconds. And stopping it at, well, it just flipped, but I believe we stopped it at 8:25. Oh, okay. And we're done with that HDMI, Judge. And that was all video footage from your store in Windsor.
Correct.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 406. Could you please identify what Exhibit 406 is?
It's a receipt from my store.
Okay. I would this time move Exhibit 406 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
And that was for a purchase of 2 10-pound bags of ice.
Correct.
And the time of that purchase is 8:24 p.m.
Correct.
No further questions for this one.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
The state at this time will call Vincent D'Agostini.
So is the defense going to put on a defense? They've not cross-examined over half of the witnesses.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon. If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, that would be our preference if you could. Yep. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state and spell out your name for everyone typing notes here.
It's Vincent D'Agostini, Vincent, D'Agostini.
And how are you employed, sir?
How am I employed?
Yeah.
Currently, I actually just accepted a job at Target, but I was previously employed with Fleet Farm.
In what role?
Loss prevention team lead.
Sure. And was that back in July of 2021?
Yes, it was.
Tell me about what your job was in general back in July of 2021 at Fleet Farm.
Basically, my job is to deter theft and to operate the CCTV surveillance system. And then also I played a role in inventory procedures as well.
In part of that role, did you sometimes have the opportunity to work with the police and as they were investigating things?
Yes, very frequently.
Could you describe, just in case everyone doesn't know, where is the Fleet Farm that we're talking about?
It's 4630 Dalmore Road in DeForest. It's right on the corner of I-19 and Highway 90.
And at some point, were you asked to provide police some surveillance footage from inside the Fleet Farm and maybe even a little bit outside, but mostly inside on July 2nd, in kind of early in the morning, around 7:20 or so?
Yes, it was.
And did you provide the police a copy of that video ultimately?
I did.
All right, and I'll note for counsel it's marked as 407, and I'd move 407 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and we'll go ahead and publish that.
And it should appear on the computer monitor in front of you once it is played.
Go ahead. So we're playing clip 42. What are we looking at there, by the way?
This is our front entrance to the store.
All right, we'll go to the next clip. We're going to play clip 5-1. What are we looking at in clip 5-1?
This is our last aisle in the hardware department. And it's right next to the farm department where we keep tarps and some outdoor gear.
Okay. And I'll just draw the jury's attention to maybe that center row, someone about to cross or walk into that aisle. Whereabouts is that person at the top of the screen in the center?
That aisle is where the tarps are located.
All right, and we'll go to the next clip. And we'll play clip 56. What are we looking at there?
This is again up at the front entrance, and that would be lane 1 is the closest checkout lane there.
And do you recognize that item that the person in that video is purchasing?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a black and silver tarp.
All right, I'm going to show you a couple photographs here. I'll start, I guess, with a question. In addition to this video, did the police ask you to maybe look into that actual purchase itself?
Yes.
And were you able to do that in your role?
Yes, I was.
What's exhibit number 408? What does that look like to you?
This is a transaction snapshot for that transaction, or essentially a receipt for it.
And are you able to tell what the subject in that transaction purchase?
Yes, it is. It's a 6x8 silver black heavy duty poly tarp.
And is there a date and time that this was all done at?
Yes, July 2nd, 2021 at 7:21 a.m.
All right, I'll move 408 in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
What is 409? Do you recognize that at all?
Yes, this is kind of a close-up of the card information that was used to purchase that tarp.
Okay. And does it have the same date and time stamp for the silver black heavy duty poly tarp?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I'll move 409 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And you've mentioned that tarp. Are 410 and 411, are those photographs of maybe the packaging of the tarp and maybe what would be inside?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 410 and 411.
No objection.
They are received.
All right, I'll ask the publishees on the Elmo. Sir, what's going to happen is that screen's going to come on in 1 second. We're going to show you the same pictures again. So we're looking at 408. And if we zoom in there at the top, there's the date that you were referencing, correct? The July 2nd at 7:21 a.m.?
Correct.
And a bit farther down, there's the item description of a 6x8 silver black heavy duty polytarp, quantity 1, purchased for $6.99.
Yes.
That's the same information on exhibit 409.
Yes, it is.
I'm covering up the remainder of the exhibit, perhaps that has some information on it that we don't need to share. And then zooming out, just briefly, you testified that 410, that's the packaging of that tarp that was purchased,
Yes, it is.
and 411, the tarp.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good luck in your new role.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Now, sir, as part of your investigation into
Now
this,
she
you
has
were asked to see if
cross-examination?
that card had been used for any previous transactions, correct?
Correct.
And you were only able to locate one previous transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And that was from back in September of 2020, correct?
Correct.
That's all, thank you.
Any redirect? And just to note, for the record, the video clips were played in their entirety.
They were all played in their entirety. Yes.
Very good. Thank you, sir. You are excused from your subpoena, and I suspect released.
You are.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
State will now call Dr. Breslauer to the stand.
You gonna go with that, John?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask if you would feel comfortable and believe you could safely and responsibly testify without a mask. That would be the preference if you're able to do that.
I would prefer to keep my mask on.
Very good. Then make sure, as it is now, that the microphone is very close to you. I understand, if I understood the title used in calling you, that you work in healthcare or have some relation to that industry. So as long as the jury can hear you, that'll be fine. Thank you.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. If you could please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record, please.
My first name is Corey, C-O-R-I.
No.
My last name is Breslauer, B-R-E-S-L-A-U-E-R.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Medical Examiner at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
And that means you're an MD?
That is correct.
And you obviously went through some substantial training in order to become a deputy medical examiner.
That is correct.
I'm going to approach you now with Exhibit 363. Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 363. Is this your curriculum vitae?
This is.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 363 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So, doctor, where did you go to medical school?
I went to medical school at the University of Arizona College of Medicine in Phoenix, Arizona.
And then did you do a residency?
I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill.
And what is pathology?
Pathology is a study of medicine that basically covers the effects of injury and disease on the body.
And are you board certified in any area?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and in forensic pathology.
Now, what does it mean to be board certified?
Board certification means that I underwent an approved training program in the field that I'm certified in, and then I took a qualifying exam following that training and passed that exam.
And these are pretty extensive, several day-long exams.
That is correct.
And have you worked as a medical examiner at any location outside of the Dane County office?
I worked as a local medical examiner at the North Carolina office of the chief medical examiner in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And many careers like teachers, lawyers, have to go through continuing education. Is that something that doctors also have to go through?
Yes, it is.
And so you've attended trainings throughout your career as well?
Yes, the American Board of Pathology requires that I maintain my certification.
And you got involved in this investigation on July 8th of 2021, is that correct?
I believe so. I don't have my report in front of me.
Okay, well, fair enough. That's exactly what I was getting to.
Yes.
And you did write an official report in this case, is that fair?
I did.
And there was a typo in your first report, so you wrote, there's an amended report that basically eliminates one word.
The amended report reflects a correction of one typographical error.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 364. Is this your amended report in this case?
Belle! Why?
This is my amended report with the triage notes from our office attached to the front.
All right, I would move Exhibit 364 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
So in preparation for testifying, as a team, we put together a PowerPoint, which I'm going to present in booklet form because of the sensitive nature of the photos, but is that true?
Yes.
And that is marked as Exhibit 366. And I just ask that you page through Exhibit 366 and make sure that that is the presentation that was put together.
This is the presentation.
And just that presentation, for the most part, it is just photos of the autopsy that you performed in this case.
That is correct.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibit 366 into evidence. And I also have 365, which is a digital copy, just for the record.
No objection.
Or both are accepted into evidence.
And doctor, throughout the questioning, obviously, I'm going to have you looking at Exhibit 366. But if you also need to look at your report 364, that is fine. Just maybe note on the record when you were doing so and what pages.
Yes.
Just so we have a complete record here.
As the booklets are being distributed to the jury, I'll remind you that you should only turn pages when the witness is discussing the next page within the pamphlet. Obviously, you can turn back at any point. And again, we will advise you that observing these images is an important role as a juror, but studying these images is up to you personally as to the necessity that you feel to do so during the course of the testimony. Go ahead.
And doctor, obviously, you've worked as a medical examiner in various roles for several years. But is it fair to say you've performed hundreds of autopsies?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay. Obviously, you don't
You
remember
couldn't
them all
have asked how
individually,
many
unless
autopsies
write
have you
reports.
performed?
That's correct.
Okay.
What is the
So anytime you need to
deal, lady?
refer to your report, that is just fine. So how did you become involved in this case? Did you actually go to the scene on Earlwyn Road where the torso was found?
I did go to the scene where the torso was found. The cases are brought to the office's attention by contacting our office. They first get triaged through our investigators who gather initial information, after which we are made aware of the scene, the suspicious nature, whether or not our presence is requested. I was notified that there was a scene, potentially suspicious scene, that my presence was requested at, and I then arrived at the scene with the investigator.
And why do medical examiners go to scenes?
Medical examiners goes to scenes because there is information that we can gather, circumstantial information based off of the position of the body, the environment that the body is found, and because my specialty is assessing the circumstances and the injuries that are found on the body, I'm able to assimilate all of that information.
So what did you do when you went to the Earlwyn Road address? What did you just look around, take pictures, something else?
Once the scene was assessed to be safe for us to enter, we approached where the body was located. We looked at the environment that the body was in, and then photographs were taken at my direction by the investigator.
Then what did you do next?
So the body was underneath a considerable amount of brush and debris, and the layers of that brush and debris were removed, again, at my direction. And we then assessed the body as it was in its position.
And in all fairness, the brush and debris was kind of slowly removed, so each little process could be photographed. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay. At some point, was the torso removed and transferred back to your medical office?
It was under my direction.
Okay. And what does that mean, under your direction? Is there a certain procedure that you guys use?
There is. Once we look at the body as it is, we roll the body and look at all the sides. We photograph the body in multiple angles, and we then wrap the body in an evidence sheet. Usually, if the body is intact, we will bag the hands and the feet to protect evidence that may be there. In this case, there were no limbs for
I
us
don't
to
know,
bag separately. We did
Marty.
wrap the body in a sheet, placed it into a clean body bag, and then we transported it back to our office for further examination.
I don't know why you would
And
have to
back at your
triage dead
office,
people.
what, if any, sort of examination do you perform?
So back at the office, we have the resources, the lighting, and the tools available to perform a complete examination on the body, on the outside and the inside. We begin with an external exam where we look at the surfaces and the injuries and the markings of the body and document everything that we see with our eyes. Following that, and as well as collection of any evidence that we see. Following that, we then open the body and we examine the internal organs and any injuries that we see on the inside of the body and collect any specimens that we may need to evaluate later.
Do you x-ray the body?
We do.
And did that x-ray in this case help with identification?
It did.
And who was this torso? Who did you identify as it belonging to, or as it being?
Right, so we often evaluate bodies that come in without an identity, and so often they will come with a presumed identity. In this case, we were told that the presumed identity of the body was Bart Halderson. We received imaging x-rays of Bart Halderson that were taken while he was alive, and we then compared those to the x-rays that we took of the body that we had in our office, and I found multiple points of concordance that identified this body scientifically as Bart Halderson.
And did you folks also collect DNA from the torso?
We did.
I am going to show you what has been marked.
No, you're right, Marty. That's what it means. That is what it means. I would think to triage would be like if there was more than one call, they would want, like, if you've got a deceased person in a home, they're indoors, it's climate controlled, nothing is going to happen to that body. But you've got a body outside in the elements where predation could happen, or they could be in a precarious position on the side of the cliff. I don't know, where they could lose the body, or the body could be damaged. So then they get called out to the more precarious body first. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, you're right about what triage is. That's triage. That's the only thing I can think of about triage for the medical examiner's office. Bugs, yeah. Bugs. That's it.
As Exhibit 372. And that's called a DNA spot card, is that correct?
That is correct.
And this appears to be the evidence envelope for Bart B. Halderson's DNA spot card.
That is correct.
What?
And did you collect that DNA, or did somebody from the sheriff's office?
This would have been either myself or my team with my autopsy tech.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 372 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
Doctor, why don't we move on to page 2?
Folks, I want to tell you two things. If you look at the cover page, you'll see a small numeral in the bottom right-hand corner. All of the pages have those and they're numbered. So if you were to lose your place, you could find out the next page by searching out those numbers in that corner. Unlike the presentations last week, this one doesn't work its way slowly into the process. I just wanted to alert you to that. Go ahead, Attorney Rainbow.
That's correct. Doctor, could you please describe page 2 to the jury?
What?
Page 2 is one part of a 3-part overall photograph of the torso, showing the lower half or inferior part.
And there's 2 circles on the right-hand side of this slide or this photo. What are those circles highlighting?
The circles on the right are highlighting the severed femurs of the body. Basically, the body was dismembered with the lower limbs removed, and the circles show the terminal ends of the femur bones.
And then there's a circle on the left side. What is the circle on the left side of page 2 highlighting?
The circle on the left side of page 2 shows a gunshot wound.
Moving on to page 3. Could you please describe page 3 for the jury?
Page 3 is part 2 of a 3-panel overall, showing the middle part of the body.
Okay, and a circle there again highlighting a gunshot wound?
That is correct. It is the same wound that is highlighted in the previous photograph.
And do you know yet in this part of your autopsy if that's an entrance wound or an exit wound?
Yes, this is an exit wound.
An exit wound?
Yes.
All right, so, and we'll get more into that. Does that mean, though, that, for lack of a better term, Mr. Halderson was shot in the back?
That is correct.
Moving on to page 4. What does page 4 show?
Page 4 is part 3 of a 3-panel overall, showing the front half of the torso.
Okay, and again, there's 3 circles on the left side of that slide. Would you explain what those 3 circles are highlighting?
Yes, so the circles on the top and the bottom highlight the severed upper extremities and the terminal ends of the humeral bones. The circle on the left in the middle, in between those two, shows the neck or the base of the neck where the head has been severed.
All right, let's turn to slide 5. How would you describe slide 5 for the jury?
Slide 5 shows the posterior or back side of the torso. For orientation, the head, or where the head would be on the left side, and the feet would be on the right side.
Okay, how would you describe what the red circle is highlighting on the rightmost side?
The right circle is circling what I have labeled as gunshot wound number 1. It is an entrance gunshot wound.
Okay, and how would you describe the circle on the more left side?
The left side is also a gunshot entrance wound, which I describe as gunshot wound number 2.
And doctor, how can you tell if a wound is an entrance wound or an exit wound?
There are characteristics which support wounds being either entrance wounds or exit wounds. In place, an entrance wound typically has a round shape and an abrasion collar where the bullet abrades the skin as it enters the body. We can also find, depending on the range of fire, if the gun was fired at a close range to the body, we can sometimes find evidence of burned and unburned gunpowder particles, soot, and things like this.
Okay. Let's move on to slide 6. What is slide 6 showing?
Slide 6 is a closer view of the left-sided or superior or closer to the head gunshot entrance wound from the previous slide.
Okay. And were you able to, based on the characteristics, look at the surrounding area under a microscope?
That is correct.
And when you look at a wound or an entrance wound or whatever sort of wound under a microscope, what are you looking for?
So sometimes we can see soot with our eyes without any assistance because there's a black residue. However, in this case, there was decompositional artifact that obscured and discolored the areas. So what I did was I sampled 4 areas from each wound and looked at it under the microscope. And what that allowed me to see was microscopic evidence of soot that I could not see without the assistance of a microscope.
And based on, are you able to make any determinations based on amount of soot or whether soot is present or not?
I can comment on whether it was present or not in the pieces of tissue that I submitted. So I see a 2-dimensional plane of cells under the microscope. And in those pieces that I sampled, if it is present, then I can see that it's there. It appears as black granular debris deposited within the dermis, which is the second layer underneath the very surface of the skin. And if I don't see it, it does not necessarily mean it is not present at all. It only means that it was not present in the tissue that I sampled.
And what is the relationship between how far away a gun is from a person's skin and soot?
Typically, you're expecting a contact range gunshot if soot is seen.
All right, so if there's soot present.
Within inches.
That means within, I'm sorry.
Inches.
Inches, okay. And if soot is not present, what, if anything, does that tell you about the gun range in relationship to the victim's skin?
Yes, so that it can say a couple of things. It can say if there is no soot, it can say that the range of fire was farther away and that there was too much distance for soot to make it to the body. It can also say that something could have been in the way that could have obstructed soot from making it to the body. So there could have been layers of clothing or a wall or a door or something obstructing soot making it to the body.
And when you looked at the wound that is pictured in slide 6, what, if any, evidence did you find of soot?
I did not find a microscopic evidence of soot in this injury.
So what range do you put for this wound?
For this, I have indeterminate range because I do not have characteristics that can tell me what the range is.
So basically that means it could be feet instead of inches. Is that a fair way to say it?
It is. It means I do not know the range.
Okay. I'm going to turn to slide 7. What is pictured on slide 7?
Slide 7 is a metal fragment that was found in the wound track representing a fragment of projectile.
Okay. And during this autopsy, projectile fragments were turned over to the Dane County Sheriff's Office, is true, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But then you came across one later during the process of examining the bones.
Yes, so due to the sensitive nature of this case, our office retained the body in our cooler. I then re-examined the body later on in order to fully understand the wound tracts. Upon that second exam is when I found the additional fragment.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 555. And when you found that additional fragment, did you turn it over to the sheriff's office as well?
I did.
Okay. And on Exhibit 555, does that appear to be the label for the metal fragment that you turned over to Tim Blank from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 555 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, it is received.
Turning now to slide 8. Could you please describe slide 8 for the jury?
Slide 8 represents, it's a similar photograph, but it highlights a different gunshot entrance wound.
Okay. The one that's more on the right or lower in the back.
That is correct. It is closer to the feet than the entrance wound that was previously discussed.
Okay. And flipping to slide 9.
Slide 9 is a close-up photograph of the entrance wound that was in the previous slide on slide 8.
And were you able to look microscopically for soot on this wound?
I did.
And this is wound number 1 in your report, I believe.
That is correct.
And were you able to determine what range or what distance the gun was from the skin based upon the microscopic findings?
There were granular particles within the dermis on microscopy of the tissue I submitted here that were consistent with soot. Therefore, I assessed that as a contact range gunshot entrance wound.
So there was soot on the skin.
Yes,
So contact range.
correct,
And again, going from back to front.
correct.
Slide 10.
Slide 10 shows the anterior or front surface of the body, and a gunshot exit wound is highlighted.
And is that the exit wound from shot 1 or shot 2?
That is the exit wound from gunshot wound number 1, the contact range gunshot wound.
All right. All right, and let's move to slide 11, please.
Slide 11 demonstrates a close-up of the slide 10, the exit gunshot wound from gunshot wound number 1.
And the shape there is just kind of showing that with exit wounds, you can't usually put them back perfectly together like you can an entrance wound.
That is correct. As we discussed, the characteristics of gunshot wounds that allow me to assess whether or not they are entrance or exit. Exit wounds tend to be irregular, and they tend to be able to reapproximate. And this is just showing that irregular margin of the exit wound on the anterior surface.
Slide number 12. What is slide number 12 highlighting?
Slide number 12 also shows an anterior version of the torso, and it is highlighting hemorrhage at the neck.
Okay. And there's like a ruler sticker there.
Yes.
What are you measuring there?
We use a label that has a scale on it that puts our unique identification number so that every photograph that we take has that unique identification number, and that scale allows us to measure whatever is in the field that we are photographing.
And is this hemorrhage from the mutilation or is this hemorrhage from a bullet?
The hemorrhage
Trajectory.
is surrounding the gunshot wounds.
Okay. And slide 13, please.
Slide 13 shows the base of the neck around the area of the right shoulder. And it is a ragged defect that is circled in the center, right above that scale. And it represents a possible entry or exit for a third gunshot wound.
So there are at least 2 gunshot wounds, 1 and 2, that we discussed in a possible third here.
Correct. We discussed 2 gunshot wounds, and then this is a third.
And were you able to look microscopically at this third gunshot wound?
I'm going to refer to my report.
Sure.
So on page 8 of 10, I have the descriptions of my histologic slides, and I submitted skin tissue only from the entrances and the exit previously discussed. I did not submit skin from this.
And is that partly because of the jagged nature? And it seems like there's more disruption to the skin.
That is correct. Additionally, the bullet material that was found directly underneath it, it's going to be impossible to tell if that represents the entirety of the wound track or if there is tissue missing because of the proximity to the severed head.
Thank you. Exhibit 14, could you tell us what that slide exhibits?
Slide 14 is a portion of our posterior soft tissue dissection showing hemorrhage surrounding where I recovered the bullet fragments from the neck.
And then slide 15.
Slide 15 is jacket fragments and lead core fragments that were recovered from the neck.
Sorry, what was the second thing you said after jacket fragments?
So there's more than one part of a bullet. So there's the lead core of a bullet, and then there's the jacket that covers the bullet, and both are represented here.
It was the word lead I missed. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Doctor, obviously the legs, the arms, and the head were removed from this torso. Is there any can you make any determination whether that disfigurement or dismemberment occurred before or after Mr. Halderson, Bart Halderson, died?
So one thing that helps us determine whether or not an injury occurred before or after death is the presence or absence of a vital reaction or hemorrhage. So we've been talking about me finding hemorrhage in areas of injury. In the areas where the gunshot entrances were, there was hemorrhage around it, indicating that the heart was beating when the individual shot. Where I recovered bullet fragments, there was hemorrhage or vital reaction surrounding that area. However, in the areas surrounding the dismembered limbs, or the head, the upper extremities, and the lower extremities, there were injuries, but I did not appreciate this vital reaction. I did not appreciate hemorrhage in the same way that I appreciated around the other injuries.
So the mutilation occurred after death?
That is correct.
Doctor, did you determine a cause of death for Bart Halderson?
I did.
And what was that cause of death?
As written on page 2 of my report, I determined the cause of death was gunshot wounds of the torso.
And did you determine a manner of death?
I did.
And what was the manner of death for Bart Halderson?
As I'm reading from page 2 of my report, I assessed that the manner of death was homicide.
Counsel, I believe page 16 of the booklet hasn't been discussed. And if you don't want to publish that page, that's fine, but I don't think I heard any testimony about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My pages were just sticking together. I apologize, everyone. Doctor, could you look at page 16?
Yes.
What does 16 show?
Page 16 is also a representation of the posterior back side of the torso around the area of the hip, or the right hip, or the flank. This represents a small ligature furrow. When the body was found at the scene, there was a length of rope that was encircling the body, and this was the area corresponding to where the rope was likely rubbing against the body.
So that's a wound from the rope.
That's correct.
And do you know of the gunshot wounds? Do you know, were both of them fatal? Was just one of them fatal, or something else?
I would say that they were all fatal.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let's just start there with the 3 gunshot wounds. There's no way for you to tell which happened first, second, or third, correct?
That is correct. So when I was talking about the vital reaction or the hemorrhage, I can say that something happened before or after someone died, but with rare exceptions, am I able to say the order that one happened over the other.
And in your report, you noted, I think you used the words, at least 3 gunshot wounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And why use the phrase "at least"?
So in this case, I have missing tissue. I have missing upper extremities, lower extremities, and a missing head. So in the portion of the remains that I received, there were 3 gunshot wounds, evidence of 3 gunshot wounds, but I cannot say whether or not that there are additional gunshot wounds that could be in tissue that is absent or that I don't have the ability to evaluate.
And because on the 3 you were able to evaluate, you did see evidence of this vital reaction. Is it fair to say it's your opinion that the person was alive when these gunshot wounds happened?
Yes,
And if there were other gunshot wounds to other extremities that you weren't able to examine, you wouldn't be able to tell if those were the same, having vital reaction, or not having vital reaction, obviously.
if the remains are not available, I cannot tell.
Now, you did testify that the dismemberment happened post-mortem because there was no vital reaction, correct?
Correct.
Are you able to say how long after the person died that the dismemberment happened?
Not with any certainty or with very much accuracy. There are estimations I could make based off of the decomposition that I saw. I can say that my findings are consistent with the circumstances that were given to me, but that's about as far as I could comfortably say.
Now, on page 2 of the report, when you talk about manner of death, you'd already testified that it was ruled homicide, but then there's a bracket where you say shot by other, parentheses S, with unknown firearm. So other or others, there's nothing about your examination that can tell you how many people might have been involved in shooting this person, correct?
That is correct. Because there is more than one gunshot wound, and because I was not present, I cannot say whether or not those were inflicted by one or more firearms.
You can say it wasn't this person self-inflicting these wounds.
Yes,
And again, just so we're clear, unknown firearm, there's nothing about your examination that could tell you what firearm caused these shots, correct?
correct. The characteristics of the injuries are not such that I can tell a caliber or a type of firearm.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the doctor be excused.
They may.
I'll take your report. I think that's still there. Anything else that is with you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you. And we should collect the booklets that were utilized with the witness. Let me inquire, Attorney Raymond, who's next in the witness list? Okay. Folks, given the nature of the next testimony and the length of time, we've been here an hour, but it's also been an hour that was intense. So let's go ahead and take a break at this point for convenience, and we'll come back in 10 minutes and resume with the next witness. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
And the state will call the next witness, please.
I call Denise Jones from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. I've had a discussion with every witness about whether they are willing to or believe they can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, but I've not ordered anyone to do so. Is it your preference to remain masked at this time, or could you testify without?
I'd prefer to have it on.
Very good. Then if you can pull the microphone really close, because it does have a tendency to muffle, and we'll make sure that we can hear you and that the jury can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the court?
Denise Jones, DENISEJONES.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you been employed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
14 and a half years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological stains, such as blood, semen, and saliva. I extract DNA from those stains and make comparisons to known individuals. I write reports on my findings, and I testify in court if necessary.
Could you tell us about your educational background?
I received my Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point in 2001, and I received my Master's of Science in Bacteriology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2004.
Have you received any specialized training in the field of serology, DNA, statistics, things of that sort?
Yes, I received 9 months of training on DNA analysis prior to doing casework. I also received training on statistics and STAR mix for about 2 months prior to doing it to casework. I'm required to take 8 hours of continuing education every year.
Have you, prior to today and previously, have you testified as an expert in court?
Yes, this is my 48th time.
Can you tell us, we'll talk a little bit about the laboratory, the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. Is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean?
It means we meet accurate and reliable testing.
Sure. Do you and your lab undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I am required to undergo 2 proficiency tests a year.
Okay. What do those consist of?
It's samples that we would see in casework and to see if we can accurately and reliably do DNA analysis.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the DNA we inherit from our parents. We inherit 50% from our fathers and 50% from our mothers, and it codes for all structure and function in our body. And DNA is found in every cell in the body except for red blood cells. So it's found in skin cells, white blood cells, and sperm cells.
How is DNA used in forensic science?
So most of our DNA is similar person to person, but there are specific areas that distinguish us from others. And it's those areas that we look at in DNA in forensics. Everyone will have differences except identical siblings. We look at 23 of these genetic markers and one that's specific for gender.
Sure. You said everyone will have different DNA other than identical siblings?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how DNA testing is conducted at the laboratory?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Sure. What's the steps for conducting DNA testing when you're at the crime lab?
So we have multiple steps in the DNA analysis process. We have what's called extraction, which we are extracting the DNA from the sample or opening up the cell to get the DNA. We have quantitation, which allows us to determine how much DNA is in a sample, which will allow us to know whether or not we need to go on for further testing. And currently our kits, we can determine how much human DNA is present, how much male DNA is present, and whether or not we can detect degradation or inhibition in the sample.
Are these methods of testing and typing generally accepted by the scientific community?
Yes.
And do the majority of forensic scientists use these methods that you use?
Yes.
Are there multiple levels of review conducted to ensure that the correct procedures are followed in each case?
Yes, we have what's called technical review, which another qualified analyst also reviews the case file and report and looks to see that I followed our procedure manual correctly for interpretation, statistics, and notes.
I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 380. This will just be brief, but can you tell me what that is?
That's a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And does that list your training and education in this field, making you qualified to comment on some of the matters you're going to comment on today?
Yes.
I'll move 380 into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. It is received.
At times over the past year, since July of this year, have you been asked to become involved at various times into an investigation into a homicide that occurred over in Windsor involving some people with the names of Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, Chandler Halderson?
Yes,
And have you produced numerous reports related to your analysis of separate items that have been submitted to you over that course of time?
yes, I believe 4 reports.
Can I briefly ask you, who makes the decision to submit items to the crime lab?
That's up to the agency to submit, but then we also have submission guidelines in place on certain types of cases of how many items we'll allow upon submission. But as long as we have a meeting with the agency, we may allow more.
Sure. In general, in most cases, what is that limit of items that can be submitted?
10 for homicides?
And was that far exceeded in this case?
Yes,
Okay. And you were in fact the one who had to do with the testing?
yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case. I'm going to show you all 4 exhibits at once, then we'll go through them. Can you tell us what exhibit number 383 is, just briefly? And you might want to turn one page in.
This is my report dated July 29th. It has my signature on it.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes,
All right. I'll show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 417. Same question, turn a page in and let me know what that is.
this is my report dated September 1st, 2021.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate report or a copy of the report on that date?
It appears to be.
Okay, I'll take that one from you. Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 418, same questions.
This is a report dated October 6th, 2021 that I authored.
And appear to be a true and accurate copy.
Yes,
And lastly, 560, same questions.
this appears to be a report that I authored dated November 8th, 2021.
True and accurate copy.
Yes,
At this time, Judge, I'll move 417, 18, 383, and 560 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are all received.
And I'll move to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Jones, in preparation for testifying today, in order to make this a more visually understandable experience for everyone, you understand that your report has been maybe cut apart and put into a PowerPoint for everyone to see?
yes,
Okay. And so we'll start with, you were asked to perform a report and you did write a report on July 29th, 2021. Was this your first report in this case?
yes, it was.
Okay. And as I'm talking about each report, in fact, I'll just give you a copy and you can go ahead and just let us know if you're referencing that report, okay? And I see you brought some materials with you. If you need to reference anything, you can just let us know that you need to refresh your recollection and we'll let you go ahead and do that. Just so there's a clear record, we'll just say that out loud, even though it might be a tad awkward or not normal. We'll go through this one somewhat slowly so everyone can understand maybe how these reports take form. But the first section of your report, we talk about items examined. So what did you examine here?
I examined a dried blood standard reportedly from Bart Halderson, an electric toothbrush head reportedly used by Krista Halderson, and then some samples reportedly of human remains, K1 through K6 of differing body parts, and then a buccal swab standard reportedly from Mr. Halderson.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a couple of these items, just so we're talking about the same thing. I'm going to show you what's been received into evidence already in this case. It's been labeled with the exhibit sticker 194, and it's labeled electric toothbrush head. We're not going to open it or anything, but do you see anything on there that indicates that item has been to the lab?
It has our yellow barcode label with the case number and the item number.
And the case number in this case is what?
M21-1575.
And what is an item number?
It's just the item that we give each item that comes into the lab.
Okay. So while the police may have labeled it with a letter or a number, and maybe in court, we put a sticker on it with a different number, you have your own system and you put your own letter to it?
Yes.
Okay. And what letter is that?
Item I.
All right. Same question with the item labeled Mr. Halderson DNA spot card. What item is that?
That is M21-1575, item B.
For the record, we're talking about exhibit 372 and then 361. What item is that?
It's M21-1575, item N.
Okay. So these items come into the lab. Can you tell me just a bit, and we won't do this for each item, but when the police bring you out an item, how are they processed in? I imagine there's not just a mailbox out front, that there's some process for this.
They usually meet with an evidence specialist that will take inventory of all the items and then give them a receipt of their items. And then they create the case and all the item numbers in our LIMS system.
We'll go to the next slide. And here it says preparation for analysis. In your report, what does preparation for analysis mean?
It means when I took swabbings or cuttings from each of these items, I took a portion of that item, and so I'm sub-designating the cuttings or the swabbings that I took for each item. So on the left, we have the sample name, and in the middle is what the parent item is, and then we have the sub-designation of what I made of the cuttings or the swabbings I took from those items.
Okay. So if you take a swab of, say, item B, which is the Bart Halderson blood standard from the medical examiner office, you take a cotton swab and then you cut something off that swab?
Well, it was a blood standard given, so I just cut a portion of the dried blood standard, and then I sub-designated it as B1.
Okay. So some of the original remains?
Original blood that was given to me, yes.
Okay. And when we sub-designate something, and again, we'll go through this one a little bit more carefully, and I think everyone will get the hang of it in a second, but when we sub-designate something, is it always carry that same letter and then add usually either a number or a letter to it?
Either, depending on what the parent item is, so in this instance, there's item B, so that the sub-designation would be B1. And then for the portion cut from the left leg tissue, the item was K1, but the sub-designation I made was K1A.
Okay. After you prepare them for analysis, I imagine you do some sort of DNA isolation?
Yes, we this is the quantification results that we got from the items that I did the DNA extraction on. And this table just explains the results of those quantitation and whether or not they went on for further analysis.
Sure. So in item B1 and N1, and we'll just use B1 as an example here, meaning it was the blood standard. Here you indicate you found human DNA.
Right. When we do standard extractions, we typically go from extraction right into the amplification stage. We don't usually quantify these standards unless there's a necessity to do it.
And when in the further testing column, it says autosomal STR, what does that mean?
That's the amplification that we use to detect human or DNA profiles from.
When we go to K2A, K5A, and K6A, could you remind us again, based on the report, what were those items where it says, because here it says, of course, human DNA not detected. What were K2A, K5A, and K6A? What were those cuttings of?
K2A was a cutting of reported left thigh tissue, and then K5A and K6A were swabbings of the hollow area of the left and right thigh bones.
And I made this slide to maybe highlight that, again, going through this one more carefully for the jury. Here you actually had portions of thigh tissue that you were not able to detect DNA on.
That's correct.
And as an analyst, is that something that can be explained, or do you have any comment on how possibly part of a cutting from a human thigh tissue, there was no DNA detectable on that?
The item received, when I examined it, did not really appear to have a lot of pink tissue. It was very whitish in color, and it had a distinct odor to it when examining it. So I knew I would probably have a difficult time of getting DNA recovered from that. Based on my experience, items like those are difficult to recover DNA from due to possible bacterial activity inhibiting the ability to recover DNA.
Okay, so sometimes bacterial activity or things being in the elements and subjected to that can have an impact on whether you can obtain the DNA?
Yes.
Okay, but you were able to identify or find DNA or detect DNA from K1A, which is of the same general items.
K1A was left leg tissue.
Okay, and so So next you have some standards. So you have the dry blood standard from Bart Halderson, item B1, and then you have Mitchell Halderson, which you labeled as N1, and you have single source profile. What does the single source profile mean?
When we get the data after amplification and typing the DNA, we interpret the DNA and we can determine whether the profile is from one contributor, which is a single source profile, or from more than one person, which is a mixture. And in this case, when I was doing the analysis of the data, both of these items appeared to be from single source individuals.
And when we look at the swabbing of the bristles on the electric toothbrush head, and that you say reportedly was used by Krista Halderson, what does that mean when you wrote single source female profile? Explain that.
So we have the ability in our amplification kit that has one area that we can determine gender. And in this case, females will have an XX and the male will have an XY. And when I interpreting this profile, there was only the X for the gender, indicating it was a female single source profile.
Moving to the next portion, you start talking about this item K1A in which you were able to isolate or detect some DNA. Tell us what this section of your report means.
So the result is that I got a partial single source female profile, which means I didn't get a complete profile, but I got a pretty good profile from it. Out of the 23 markers that we do amplification on, I had 22 of them. And so that makes it a partial profile. And then I compared that partial profile to the swabbing, to the profile I got from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush head. And Krista Halderson was considered the source of that profile.
And understanding at that time, identifying Krista Halderson and her remains was important. Did you then use the buccal swab or the single source profile from their reported son, Mitchell, as well as what you knew to be Bart, to try to come to some sort of conclusions as well?
Yes, I did a paternity to determine whether or not those remains could also be the possible biological mother of Mitchell Halderson, knowing that Bart Halderson was the biological father. And it was at least 413 billion times more likely to observe the profile from Mitchell Halderson if the female profile detected from the left leg tissue is his biological mother than if it's a random unrelated female unrelated female is the mother.
Fair to say a good part of this report was simply determining the sources of the DNA. So you had Krista, Bart, Mitchell, and eventually you obtained Chandler Halderson's DNA, correct?
Yes.
You then wrote another report on September 1st, and I'll bring that one to you. That's labeled as exhibit number 417. Fair to say in this report, we start testing pieces of evidence, maybe the more traditional thing that folks might think about when they think of your job. We're talking about evidence that was collected.
Yes.
You examined a lot of items, correct?
Yes.
I think you talked about examining here a garbage bin, item C2, a tarp that was sub-designated C2, meaning it was inside the garbage bin, I would imagine?
Oh, there were two items. The parent item was item C, that was a garbage bin and a tarp, and then we sub-designated the garbage bin and the tarp as two separate items.
Right. And then you labeled item D, scissors, item E, a broken saw blade, item F, a handsaw, item G, pruning shears, item L and M, both metal fragments, item P, a buccal swab from Chandler Halderson, and item S, a tarp that was recovered from a barn.
That's correct.
Okay. You did some blood testing on some of these items, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. We heard yesterday from Deputy Leatherberry, who testified extensively about some of the blood tests he did. What does it mean when you write this in your report that you identified blood?
So when we identify blood in the lab, it's similar to, the testing is similar to a pregnancy test or a COVID test, where we're taking a little bit of the sample, adding some liquid reagent to it, and then adding it to a card. And for us to say blood was identified, we must see two lines. And if we only get one line, then blood was not detected on the item. In this case, I had two positive lines when testing these items, so blood was identified on all of these items.
And Ms. Jones, if you wouldn't mind, would you step up here for a second, and we'll start talking first about item C that you sub-designated C1 and 2. I'll move the rest of them, but I can't move one of them. Could you take a look at this large item, this box that's in here? I believe this has been marked as an exhibit in this case, as exhibit number 14. And we don't have to open it, and I know there's reasons it's secured at this point. But could you let me know, do those stickers appear to be from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab and appear to be what you've labeled as item C, then sub-designated C1 and C2?
Yes.
Okay. You can take a seat again. In the garbage bin, item C1, you indicate you were able to identify blood. Do you recall where you were able to identify blood in the garbage bin?
Can I refer to my notes?
You can. Just let us know when you've refreshed your recollection.
I tested a swab that was from a stain near where the tape was inside the garbage bin.
And that was positive for blood?
Yes.
And then as to the tarp that's inside item C2, same question. Was that a swab of one of the stains on the tarp?
Both of them were, yes.
So item C2, and then I promised you that I'd carry the rest. This, I think, has been identified and perhaps colloquially called the barn tarp. Tarp purportedly recovered from a barn in the Irwin Road property. Does that appear to have your lab sticker on it?
Yes, it's M21-1575, item S.
Okay, excellent. And we won't open this, and I understand why. But on this, you were able to identify blood as well?
Yes.
And was that on staining that you were able to observe?
Yes.
The detective's actually going to assist me for a little bit because we're going to maybe look at some of these items. Next, we're going to talk about item D, which is the scissors, which has been marked in this case as exhibit number 142. So the detective actually just approached you with that, if that's okay. Same question, is that the item, those scissors that you were able to look at the crime lab?
It has our designation of M21-1575, item D.
Okay, and we don't have to open that right now. We can actually probably just sit it right there because we're going to come back to it. But on the scissors, were you able to detect blood?
Yes.
And do you know where?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, just let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
I identified blood on the blade of the scissors.
Next, we're going to talk about the broken saw blade. I believe that's been received into evidence as exhibit number 141. We'll have the detective approach you with it. If you could look at that, make sure your lab sticker's on there, and we'll leave it with the scissors.
It appears to have our barcode M21-1575, item E on it.
Okay, for everyone's reference, at exhibit 141, I believe broken saw blade testified to being recovered at the Irwin Road property. Were you able to detect blood on that saw blade?
Yes.
And where on the blade, or was it just a swab of the blade in general?
It was the teeth of the blade.
Okay. Next, item F. We're just going to move that up there. This is I believe, received into evidence in this case as exhibit number 140, an Allway brand handsaw.
Yes, it has our barcode label on it, M21-1575, item F.
And were you able to detect blood on that item?
Yes.
And do you know where?
On the blade.
And next, we're going to look at item G, same process. I appreciate the detective helping us out. If you could just confirm the lab stickers on there.
Yes, it has our barcode M21-1575, item G.
Okay. Are you always able to conduct a blood test on samples you receive?
Not always.
In what situations are you not?
Depending on how much staining is on an item, If there's very little staining on it, it's up to the analyst, maybe in discussion with the agency or on their own, to only go on for DNA analysis, because there won't be enough to test for blood and do DNA, because we're taking a portion of that stain to do the screening test for blood. There might not be enough to do DNA analysis. So for us, it's more important to get a DNA profile from that than maybe doing screening on it.
In this specific case, did you work in conjunction with detectives and investigators, including Deputy Leatherberry, regarding items being submitted to the lab?
Yes,
Are you aware that sometimes he was performing tests to detect blood or human blood himself?
yes,
And if those situations came up or arose regarding a very limited amount and he had already performed the test, there'd be a discussion about maybe it being more important to do DNA analysis on your part?
yes,
Okay. You prepared these items for analysis, and we don't have to explain it again, but essentially you took swabs and there's some cuttings of those swabs, correct?
yes,
And there, you're able to do some analysis. So in each one, you're able to figure out if there's human DNA present, perhaps male DNA present, and then decide whether there's further testing that you can do.
yes.
Okay. And let's just take an example of a couple different, there's 3 different ways you've responded here. Item C1, B1, which was a portion of the swab cut from the inside lip of the garbage bin. Here it says human DNA present, male DNA present, but not selected for further testing. Can you tell us why?
Like I was explaining quantitation, our kit has the ability to detect human and male DNA, but we also have the ability to determine whether or not the sample has inhibition or degradation. And in this case, the sample had a very high degradation rate. And if this went on for further analysis, I would likely not get something interpretable for DNA. And there were plenty of other items that were going on for further testing. So this one was not selected.
Okay. The next possible result in the further testing column is for most of them, you write autosomal STR. What does that mean?
That means it went on to amplification, which is the DNA making copies of itself, and then going on for typing, which is taking that amplified DNA to detect a profile.
And the other option here is we see for item C2, I1, and S3A, you write unsuitable. What does unsuitable mean, and why is that different than not selected?
So in the human DNA column, I have limited human DNA, and I also have limited male DNA. And based on those results, they were below our threshold for samples to go on for further analysis. So these samples were not taken for further analysis, so no DNA profile was developed from these items.
Okay. The next item we're going to look at is, and I'll have the detective, if he wants to grab Mr. Halderson's buckle, and I'll approach you with that. But you had, from your July 29th report, you had some standards, meaning you had the single source profile of Bart Halderson and Mitchell Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. And you, based on the toothbrush head in your analysis, you believed you had Krista Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, September 1st, you were provided a buccal swab purportedly obtained from Chandler Halderson.
Yes.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yes.
Yow! Thank you. Jeez.
All right. And I know we've looked at the other swabs previously, or the source profiles, but could you tell me, I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 360. Could you tell me what that is?
That's the Crime Lab's item designation M211575, item P.
And what does this appear to be to you?
A buccal swab standard from Chandler Halderson.
Okay. At that point, you did some analysis on all of these items using those source profiles, is that correct?
I made comparisons from the buccal swab standards to the evidence profiles developed.
Okay, and we're going to talk about those. Why are some of these grouped up in maybe one major result and some of them separated out individually?
This one was grouped together because it was the same male profile was detected from all of these items. So we like to group them together to kind of condense the report so it's not even longer than it already is.
Okay, and so we'll talk a little bit about that. And so I'm going to show you some items, but let's start with here you say the swabbings from the stains. I think you testified there was blood on item C2, and there were some sub-designations there, D1, G1, and H1. What do those sub-designations mean again?
They're just different areas of the tarps that I swabbed, and then the cuttings that I took from those swabs that I took from the tarp.
And what was your conclusion related to the stains on that tarp that was found in the garbage cans, at least the swabs C2D1, C2G1, and C2H1?
They were single source male profiles from the same individual.
And who was that individual?
Bart Halderson was the source.
Is there any numerical value attached to when you say someone is the source?
For us to consider someone the source, the profile that the stat that we calculate, the profile has to be rarer than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, which is 1,000 times the world's population.
And here you say Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler are excluded. What does it mean for someone to be excluded?
They are not the source of that profile.
Okay. And the last line, additional possible trace alleles were detected, and it goes on. What does that line mean?
It means when I was analyzing the data from items F2 and L1, there were a couple minor types seen that I couldn't really say anything about. They could be just non-true peaks or artifacts from the amplification project. So they're trace alleles, and I'm not making any conclusions on those.
Okay, excellent. And the next item that's in this grouping is the swabbing of the staining. I think you've already testified about on the teeth blade of the handsaw, item F2.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to have the detective who's masked and gloved up with clean gloves, I would imagine, remove F2 from the box and just display to the jury, so we're recalling the same item. And first, I'll have the analyst look at that. Is that, in fact, the item that we're talking about?
Yes.
And I'll have the detective just remove that, and I'll ask you some questions about it. And I'll have him walk in front of the jury, and I'll ask you a couple of questions. What was your conclusion related to the swabbing of the staining on that saw? And I think it's been testified, purportedly recovered at the Irwin Road property.
It was a single source male profile.
And who was that profile?
Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
And that numerical value you gave previously, same answer for this one?
Yes.
So I'll ask the detective to re-glove at this point. The next item we'll talk about, and just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing, we'll remove it again. You swabbed the stains on the clippers, the ends of the pruning shears, which is item G3.
Yes.
Okay. right, and first we'll show you the box. Is that in fact the item that we're discussing?
Yes.
All right, and I'll have the detective display it to the jury while I ask you the question. Item G3, what were your conclusions as to that item?
It was a single source mail profile, and Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
Okay, we'll return that item to the box. Next, there are two items, and as the detective gets ready, L1 and M1, you list them as metal fragments, but you say something that we haven't seen yet, which is washings of. What does that mean, a washing of something?
That means the item was small enough that I could actually place the item in a tube and add reagent to it. And it's what we call a washing, because it's not a swabbing and it's not a cutting of. We're washing that item to recover any DNA that may be from it. And then we remove the item from the liquid, and then that goes on for DNA extraction.
Sure. Do you find that to be a reliable method?
Yes, we use it in other items of evidence too.
Okay. And we're going to show you what's been marked. Again, we're not opening these. Show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 285 and 286. I believe testified from Investigator Leatherberry as metal fragments recovered from the basement of the Halderson home. Are those the items that we're discussing?
Yes.
And did you in fact wash those items?
Yes, I did.
Were these items you were able to perform blood tests on?
No, based on the limited amount of sample size, it went on for DNA analysis.
Sure. And what was the result of the DNA analysis on items L1 and M1, which is also, I guess for our purposes, exhibits 285 and 286?
They were single source mail profiles from the same individual, and Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
Next, and we're just going to go through the whole report even when it maybe didn't lead to anything. Here you indicate the swab from the stain on the tarp, item C2E1. Was this another stain you found on the tarp?
Yes.
And for everyone's purposes, is item C and then C2 the sub-designation?
Yes.
And you say partial low-level profile not suitable for comparisons due to limited amount of genetic information. Just explain that for us.
So sometimes when we develop DNA profiles, sometimes we don't get great profiles. And in this case, that was the instance where I didn't get anything that I could really make any conclusions on. So our procedure is to say a partial low-level profile and not make any comparisons to it.
You were able to find some comparisons, however, with other areas of that same tarp?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're looking at your testing done on item C2F1, which we talk about the tarp, talking about the one in the garbage can, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions did you reach regarding that staining?
I detected a single source female profile, and Krista Halderson was the source of that profile.
Same numerical value that you previously gave regarding the sample?
Yes.
What is StarMix?
StarMix is a probabilistic genotyping software that we use in the lab, and it has the ability to deconvolute complex mixtures and then perform likelihood ratio calculations on those profiles when given a standard for reference.
And because of my question, perhaps we're about to see some of that testing done in this case, or those results, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you explain what a likelihood ratio is?
If you want to go to the next slide, I can.
Sure. So here, for everyone's purposes, we're looking at the StarMix slide from your lab report labeled swab from stain near where tape was inside garbage bin on item C1, C1. Talk about this.
So a likelihood ratio is a ratio of two different hypotheses, and the statistic calculated gives support for one hypothesis over the other. So in this case, top part of the table, it says H1. That's the first hypothesis, and that consists usually of the person of interest and an unknown individual, because in this case, it's a two-person mixture, so the person of interest and an unknown individual. And then the second hypothesis is that it's two unknown individuals.
How do you construct those likelihood ratio proportions?
It's based on the case information that we were given. And like I said, H1 is usually a hypothesis that the person of interest is included in that. And H2 is a hypothesis where the person of interest is not included.
Okay. And when you say person of interest, do you mean any of these standards being the person of interest?
Yes, on the left side of the table, each standard that I made a comparison to, they're listed. So it's Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, Mitchell Halderson, and Chandler Halderson's. Each of their standards were compared to the evidence profile in this case.
In this case, you use StarMix?
Yes.
Can you tell us why?
Based on our procedure manual, I needed to use StarMix in this case.
Sure. What is the mathematical process used by StarMix?
The mathematical process is a random resampling, and to be able to best explain the data and all the possible genotypes that could be part of this profile.
Are the methods you've described here for StarMix, are they generally accepted by people who do what you do for a living?
Yes.
So let's start talking about it. So as we go through, we're going to see some of the more simple line results, and then maybe we're going to see some more complex ones. This is StarMix?
Yes.
All right. When we're looking at this, let's start from the top. We're talking about a stain near where the tape was inside item C1, this large box here. And tell us what the jury is looking at here.
So you're looking at the table of the results and the conclusions from this. The first part says that it was a partial low-level two-person mixture. So when I was doing the analysis of the profile, I determined that more than one person contributed to this profile. And I knew that at least one male was included. So then that information is given to StarMix, and it deconvolutes the mixture and lets me know if it's has good results that I can go and do statistics from standards on. And in this case, it did. And then I have each standard compared to that profile, and it gives me a statistic of whether or not they can be included or excluded or uninformative.
In dealing with a situation in which every person of interest, and not using the term person of interest as a police officer might, and as I think you robbed the Walmart, as in person of interest meaning the person who you believe possibly might be have their DNA included in this mix. Sometimes is it possible to see people who are biologically related have small support or moderate support for inclusion?
Yes, it's possible.
And I think when you started talking at the beginning, you indicated that we get our DNA from our parents.
Yes.
And just what amount of DNA do you get from your parents?
You get 50% from your fathers and 50% from your mother.
Sure. And here you reach some sort of qualifier as to your conclusion, very strong support, uninformative, moderate support, things of that sort.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start at the top. For Mr. Bart Halderson, related to the staining on where the tape was inside the garbage bin, what was your conclusion?
That it was at least 43 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture from H1, which is person of interest plus unknown, than if it's a mixture resulting from H2, which is from two unknown individuals.
Okay. And Krista, it's uninformative?
Yes.
Meaning?
I'm not making any type of conclusions on if they're included or excluded based on the statistic calculated.
And for Mitchell Halderson, it's indicated as moderate support for inclusion.
Yes.
And explain again, if you could, what moderate support for inclusion means.
The moderate support for inclusion was developed when we did our validation, and it was determined that it was a support for inclusion, but it was just above our cutoff.
What is that cutoff?
1,000.
And what is Mitchell?
2,670 times more likely.
Compared to where you find very strong support with Bart, it was 43 billion times more likely.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, for Chandler Halderson, you wrote uninformative?
Yes.
All right. Here now, we're talking about the scissors, and we'll do the same process as we're talking through this. I'll have the detective glove up. And first, I'll have him show you the box where we're talking about item D1. For the jury's purpose, that's been
Yes.
marked as exhibit number 142 in our case. Is that the item labeled scissors that I think you previously talked about some of the blood you found?
Yes.
All right, we'll go ahead and have the detective display those for the jury. And I'll ask you some questions. Same 4 possible persons of
What up,
interest
Bill?
in using StarMix, and what were your results here?
The swabbing from the handles of the scissors, I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
And did you reach some conclusions regarding those persons of interest?
Bart Halderson was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the profile if it is a mixture of H1 than it is a mixture of H2.
Okay. And Krista Halderson?
The same result.
At least 1 quadrillion more likely to observe that profile than an unknown person?
Yes.
Okay. The number quadrillion is a large number?
Yes.
How large of a number is that?
It's a 1 with 15 zeros after it.
Okay. And here, Mitchell and Chandler excluded?
Yes.
We don't need to display it again, but here, obviously, there was some additional staining on the scissors, item D2.
Yes, I took swabbings from the staining on the blade of the scissors.
Okay. And the jury already saw that with the scissors, but what were your conclusions or reached here?
It was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Again, Bart Halderson was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture of H1 than if it is H2. Krista Halderson, it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture resulting from H1 than if it is a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay. Next item we're going to talk about, and we'll have the detective assist us, is your item E1 for purposes of the jury. We're talking about item or exhibit 141, which is the broken saw blade. I believe testimony was reportedly recovered from the Irwin Road property. So we'll have the detective just pull that out as we discuss it.
Yes.
And you were answering the question, is that in fact the item E1 from the lab?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have the detective remove it. And as he carefully does that, tell me about your conclusions using StarMix here.
So I detected a partial low-level 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Bart Halderson, the result was very strong support for inclusion, and it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile as a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2.
And then Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler were uninformative?
Yes.
Next, we're going to talk about the all-way handsaw. I think you labeled it item F as in Frank, and then sub-designated F1 was the swabbing you took?
Yes.
Okay, and for everyone's purposes, that's exhibit 140. And sorry for the delay. Obviously, the detective wants to change his gloves each time, but we'll have him show you exhibit number 140 for our purposes. Is that item F for your purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll have the detective open that up, display it for the jury. And while you describe the results, what were your results on item F1?
I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it's a mixture resulting from H1 than resulting from H2. Krista Halderson, it was very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile as a mixture from H1 than from H2. And Mitchell Halderson and Chandler Halderson were excluded.
Next, and of course, the detective will go through the process of changing gloves. We're going to talk about item G in this case, which is the pruning shears for the jury's purposes, exhibit number 139, purportedly recovered from the Irwin Road property, I believe is the testimony. And we'll have the detective, one second. And we'll have the detective continue to show him, but we're going to start talking about the results because there's numerous results as to this one. Tell us about item G1.
G1 was the swapping of the black rubber handle on the pruning shears. I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. And the results for each individual was Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay, briefly, the detective's going to open the box. I know we've all seen it before, but I just want to make sure everyone's seeing the same thing. That's your item that we're talking about?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the other swabbing you took from there, which was G2. What did you find here?
Again, it was a swabbing of the staining on the red metal handle portion of the pruning shears. It was a 2-person mixture and at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it is a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Excellent. And the detective will repackage that and you can take a seat for a second. Next, we're going to talk about this item, I think been referred to as the barn tarp, item S1 that you previously looked at. You performed this work on this item, on the stainings on the barn tarp. What were you able to conclude?
The swab from the stain on the barn tarp was a 2-person mixture and at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay, and we don't have to read it again, but you did another swab from the same tarp, correct?
Yes.
And that has identical results.
Yes.
Bart and Krista, each 1 quadrillion times more likely to be observed than anyone else. There was a random person.
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than H2.
Okay. You then performed another report in this case. So that's exhibit number 418, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll hand you that report for reference. Same format. You examined a lot of items.
Yes.
However, many of these are swabs, correct, that we're looking at here?
I'd say half are swabs. The other half were bags labeled.
Okay. First thing in your report is items you identified blood on?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about those briefly. There's items starting with the letter W labeled paper towels. What were those?
Paper towels.
Yeah, and do you have a description in general for item W of what that was?
There was a box containing several bags of what were called, that contained paper towels.
Okay. And you were able to identify blood on that?
On 4 of them I tested,
Okay.
there was blood.
All right. Next, we have a swab reportedly recovered from the family room, swab G, family room. These items labeled G by the investigators that were involved in the case?
Yes.
And you sub-designated that or designated as X6?
Yes, there were 7 or 8 swabs in that one item submitted.
Next, you were able to identify blood on the X, item AC?
Yes.
Okay, and this one we'll actually want to look at. So I'll have the detective come up. He can grab that. I'll actually move some of this out of his way. I'm going to have the detective show you item AC, and you can just let us know, in fact, is that have the stickers from your lab labeled as that item. You can take a look at that if you need to get up, that's fine.
It has our label M21-1575 AC on the box.
Sure. And we'll pause on opening that until we get to the section and talk about the actual findings. But where on that item were you able to locate blood?
Do you mind if I refer to my notes?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
Everything's so cordial and orderly in this courtroom. It's boring.
I did the testing to confirm for blood on the staining near the hilt of the axe.
How would you describe where the hilt is?
It's where the axe head and the handle meet.
Next, some shoes recovered in this case, you labeled as items AD1 and AD2. You found blood on those shoes?
Yes.
Can you tell us whereabouts on those shoes you found blood?
The bottoms of the shoes.
Okay. And I'll have the detective just show you what's been marked and received in this case. And if you could look and see if your lab sticker is in fact on that.
Yes, it is.
There were some jeans or pants that you labeled as AE, and you recovered blood there?
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference between blood identified in this report and this next section, which we hadn't seen before, which is presumptive testing for blood positive, however, could not be confirmed?
So presumptive testing for blood is what a lot of people are familiar with. It's the chemical test, and if blood is indicated, it will turn pink. And then I went to do the confirmatory test for blood, and I did not see 2 lines. I only had 1 line. So I could say that it was presumptive for blood was positive, but I could not confirm blood on those items.
Okay. And those items were a swab from the living room fireplace and a swab from the Southside basement area?
Yes.
And then what does the next section mean, just presumptive testing for blood positive? And what's different from the blood was identified section?
So presumptive testing for blood was positive on the paper towels and the swabs listed, but I didn't take those on to do a confirmatory test. I took a representative sampling to confirm for blood. And the rest of these items just had the presumptive testing done.
We're going to mark an exhibit if you have the sticker. And those items, paper towels, swab from the family room, there were some swabs from the fireplace and Southside basement area.
Yes.
Okay. Same as before. You prepared the items for analysis, meaning you swabbed them or did the cuttings, and you did some analysis. Here, the first couple are unsuitable. Again, remind us what that means.
Just means I didn't detect any DNA, so I couldn't go on for further analysis.
And however, you were able to perform some analysis on a good deal of these items.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with this one. A swab from the living room, or the family room, excuse me, item X1A, and the swabbing from the stain on the sole of the shoe that you had, item AD2B. Tell me what your conclusions were here.
They were single source mail profiles from the same individual, and Bart Halderson was the source of those profiles.
For the jury's purpose, some of the swabs we're talking about here came from the fireplace. I believe Investigator Leatherberry testified to some of those. But here, we're talking about the shoe and a swabbing from the family room. And you identified Mr. Halderson?
Yes.
Same numerical value as you previously talked about, being 1 in 7 trillion?
Yes.
Okay. Swab from the family room, item X2 through X7. And cuttings from the stain on the jeans, item AE2 and AE3. You were able to observe, or able to determine a single source mail profile. Tell me those results.
Detected a single source mail profile from the same individual. Chandler M. Halderson was the source of those profiles.
And you used the phrase family room. Were you aware that that was the designation being used by the investigators in certain areas of the home? They were calling areas basement or family room, things of that sort?
Yes, whatever they had written on the transmittal is what we used for our description.
Next, we'll talk about swab from the north side of the basement, items Y1A, Y3A, Y5A, and Y6A. Here, these were swabs taken from the same general area. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform some analysis on them?
Yes, I was able to detect single source female profiles from the same individual, and Krista Halderson was the source of those profiles.
Were you able to perform blood testing on that swab?
On those swabs?
Yes.
No, I did not perform blood testing on those swabs.
Can you tell us why not?
There wasn't very much staining on those items when I examined them. And I talked to Detective Leatherberry about whether they wanted blood identified or to go on for DNA analysis. And per a conversation with him, he said he had done some blood testing on one of the items. And then the other ones I would just do DNA analysis on.
And were these, were you aware there were swabs of blood pattern that was on a safe in the basement?
I knew they were from a safe, but I didn't know what they were of.
Okay. And did you rely on Mr. Leatherberry's representations then, or at least in determining whether DNA was more important at that time? Is that how you made your decision?
Yes.
Next, we'll talk about the swab from the living room fireplace, item N. And so for the jury's purposes, I suppose I put it up there. Item N being maybe in the center. Item N, what are we looking at there for a result?
I had a partial low-level male profile detected, and when comparing the standards, Chandler Halderson was the source of that profile.
Next, we'll talk about the south side basement area. I believe it was labeled F by some of the investigators involved. There, what were you able to determine?
I detected a partial low-level 3-person mixture, but this profile was unsuitable for comparisons due to the limited amount of genetic information and the complexity of the mixture.
Now we're going to look at some star mix results again?
Yes.
Okay. Here, talking about living room fireplace, item O. And what were you able to determine based on the swabbing from item O?
I detected a partial low-level 3-person mixture in at least one male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture from Bart Halderson and 2 unknown individuals, or H1, than if it was a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals, or H2. Krista Halderson had strong support for inclusion. It was at least 10,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was uninformative, and it was 2,940 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture from Chandler Halderson and 2 unknown individuals than if it was a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals, which is a moderate support for inclusion.
Now we're going to talk about the swab. I think Mr. Leatherberry testified yesterday, area G that he was able to identify. You did star mix on it. What were your conclusions?
I detected a partial low-level 2-person mixture that contained at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson was uninformative. It was at least 1,280 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than a mixture resulting from H2, which was a moderate support for inclusion, and Chandler Halderson was uninformative.
Okay. Next, and we'll get the item out again, just so we're looking at the same thing. Swabbing on the staining of the axe head. I think you testified previously to various areas of the axe head that were tested, but let's start with this one, item AC1. So when you swabbed near the axe head, tell us what your results were.
I did 2-person mixture that it contained at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson also had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 106 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson had moderate support for exclusion. It was 2,600 times more likely to observe this mixture if it was resulting from H2 than if it was a mixture resulting from H1. And Chandler Halderson was uninformative.
AC2, near the hilts of the axe handle, is this where you said you were able to detect blood?
I identified blood, yes.
Could you point for the jury, I know we described it previously, without touching it, the detectives holding the axe, where is in fact the area in which you were able to identify blood?
There's a silver circle near where the axe head and the handle meet, and that's where I swabbed.
Okay, and I'll have the detective place it back as we're talking about this result. AC2, I know you've been reading a lot, but there you found a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male, and then you reached some conclusions. That is for Bart Halderson, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Krista Halderson, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
And you excluded both Mitchell and Chandler.
Yes.
You then swabbed the top part of the axe, item AC3. There, you reached conclusions. Very strong support for inclusion for Bart.
Yes.
And very strong support for Krista.
Yes.
And you excluded both Mitchell and Chandler.
Yes.
Next, we're going to talk about a pair of shoes. And I'll have the detective, if he could, in a second, walk up with a pair of shoes. In fact, they're already up there. Here in this case, you were asked to identify or to examine a pair of Brooks shoes that were brought to the crime lab?
Yes.
And are you aware that other disciplines at the crime lab, people who do footwear testing and things of that sort, they were also involved?
Yes.
This might be a good break or a good time to ask you. A lot of different disciplines work together at the crime lab.
Yes.
Fingerprints, footwear analysis, trace evidence, DNA, things like that?
Yes.
How do you decide what order things are tested when they come in? We plop this on your desk one day. Who goes first?
It depends on what the question is being asked of us to find. Some cases, if there's biological staining, we'll take our samples first, because sometimes the process for latent prints could destroy any DNA that we may want to do in the future. Sometimes items, depending on what they are best suited for latent prints to examine first, and then DNA. It's just a discussion between the assigned analyst on what the best what is best to do first.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to swab the inside of the shoes near the heel, or that's what you decided to do. Why would one swab the inside of the shoes?
You might want to know who was wearing them.
And here, we're looking at the left Brooks shoe in that bag that's in front of you. We don't have to do anything with it right now. It's there. There, you reach some results, and that is uninformative for Bart, very strong support for inclusion for Krista, and uninformative for Mitchell, but very strong support for Chandler.
Yes, it was a 4-person mixture and that had at least one male.
And you examined the other shoe as well, right?
Yes.
And we'll skip ahead too. Here's the right shoe. And there, very strong support for exclusion for Bart. You exclude Krista. Very strong support for exclusion of Mitchell, but very strong support for inclusion of Chandler.
Yes.
Meaning Mr. Halderson, Mr. Chandler Halderson is the only one with the left and right shoe that had strong support for inclusion of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. There was a stain you previously testified about on the bottom of those shoes. You labeled it sub-designation AD1B. Your conclusions there for the staining on the bottom of the shoes. Bart Halderson, strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Krista Halderson, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Mitchell Halderson, moderate support for exclusion.
Yes.
And Chandler Halderson, moderate support for inclusion.
Yes.
Was that the stain that you previously testified was blood?
Yes.
This perhaps hasn't come into the case, but you were provided and we're just going to present everything, you were provided a pair of jeans at some point,
Yes.
and that those pair of jeans were items AE1, and you found very strong support for inclusion of Chandler, and you excluded everybody else.
Yes.
Your last report that you did was much shorter, I would imagine, than all of the other reports. Showing you report number 560. When was this report dated?
November 8th, 2021.
And is it fair to say the police at some point found a gun and they brought it out to you to see if there was any DNA on it?
Yes.
And were you able to find any?
I took 3 swabbings from the rifle, and the results had very limited human DNA, limited male DNA, which means it was unsuitable for further analysis.
Okay. You couldn't draw any conclusions from it?
Right.
Okay. Are guns a difficult object to detect DNA on sometimes?
They can be, yes.
Do you examine guns often in your job?
Yes.
And are you always able to extract DNA from somewhere on that gun when you sample it?
No.
If you want to drink of water now might be a good time. I'm going to ask a couple questions of everyone, but we might be getting close to the end, okay?
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. So a couple questions for you. Earlier, Mr. Brown mentioned something about the crime lab being able to only test a limited amount of items. Is that correct?
They can. We can accept more, but usually we like a heads up first.
Okay. So I think the number 10 was used. Is that just a typical number that's assigned to homicide cases?
Yes.
And the state can certainly ask for more than 10 items to be tested.
Yes.
They're not limited in the amount of items. In other words, no more than 20 items can be tested, correct?
We just like to limit it just so it doesn't become very overwhelming. They can certainly ask for more to be submitted.
Of course, and that makes sense. Now, we talked a lot about DNA in general and blood. So if I hold this pen and you swab it, my DNA is going to be on this pen, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And there's no blood, just take my word for it. There's no blood on this pen. So you're still going to be able to pick up some DNA on that, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's why, and please correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes when we're designating or when the crime lab was designating swabs, there was just a general swab of blah versus swab of staining of blah. Does that sound about right?
Right.
So is it fair to assume that if there was a staining in front of that swab or in that swab, that's testing for DNA of the staining in particular, yes?
Potentially, yes.
And if it just said the general swab, then that would be just general swabbing, no blood detected or no blood necessary, yes?
Potentially, yes.
And just to give you a better example, let's see. If you want to look at your September 1st report, and I'm looking at, does the bottom have Bates stamps for you?
Do you have the page number?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2,903.
Thank you, Judy.
417?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
2903, you said?
Yep.
Yep.
So right in the middle of that page, it says swabbing of handles of scissors, correct?
Yes.
And then right below that, it says swabbing of staining on blades on scissors, correct?
Yes.
So the first one, is it safe to assume that it's just a general swab of the handles?
Yes, trying to avoid any type of staining seen on the handle.
And the second one is more specific to staining seen on the
Blade.
on that particular item.
On the blade, yes.
And then while we're looking at that sample of the handles in general, Mr. Halderson was excluded. And by Mr. Halderson, I mean Chandler was excluded.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the standards used. And when I say standards, I'm talking about the individuals that were compared to that sample, correct?
Yes.
So as far as standards given, it sounds like there were just 4 samples or 4 standards that the crime lab used, correct?
Those were what were submitted to the lab, yes.
So if there were any other standards or any other individuals that were trying to get comparison from items, those would have been provided in your report, correct?
Yes, results would have been given.
Judge, can we approach?
Sure.
Oh, why doesn't Claritin work on me? I think I'm gonna go take some cold medicine and go to bed. Where is everybody today? I missed one day. One day, and everybody bails on me. I know, you already told me, Marty. Thank you for being here today, though. Are they gonna turn the sound back on? I guess not. Yeah, they're not gonna turn the sound back on. Okay. I guess we're just gonna have silence now. Jeez. I'd rather hear the white noise if you're gonna forget to turn the sound back on. For crying out loud. Come on, people.
Of how DNA wouldn't be left on an item.
Thank
For
you.
instance, if Ms. Vera used the example of a pen, if I touched a pen and it was swabbed, what could cause DNA to come off of a pen?
If someone was wearing a glove, if they had wiped the item down after touching it,
Do cleaning products have any impact on DNA?
potentially, yes.
In your work, are you able to tell particularly how DNA, when you find no DNA, are you able to say why or why not it wasn't there?
No,
It could be wiped off,
yes,
and it could be cleaning products,
yes,
or it could have never been there in the first place.
correct,
You are a scientist and your results are limited to those reports?
yes.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Excused but not
Yes.
released. Yes.
Excused but not released.
And I think we will.
You take your reports, but I'll take the paper exhibits that you have, and we'll get everything else cleared up in a little bit. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. And did the state wish to proceed with some additional testimony from one of the case detectives?
Yes.
I think we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, without a break, but we'll be breaking a little bit earlier for the day as a result, if that's all right. Unless anybody needs a time or a moment, then we can go forward. Go right ahead.
I'm going to call for limited purpose Detective Sabrina Sims. I need the HDMI over here.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Judge, if you could turn off the HDMI until we're ready.
Oh, no, turn back on to the HD.
No, just turn it off until we're
Turn
ready.
it off. Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just didn't want it to see it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Is your name still Sabrina Sims?
Yes, it is.
And you are one of the two case detectives in this case.
Yes, I am.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the different areas that were searched by police in connection to this case. Of course, one place that was searched was the Irwin Road address in Cottage Grove, Dane County, Wisconsin.
Yes.
And that was searched primarily because a human torso was found on the land.
That's correct.
Okay. And we've also talked with Greg Leatherberry and others. The 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Windsor, Dane County, Wisconsin, was also searched by police.
Yes.
And that's primarily
because there of information that came out of seeing Chandler Halderson as being the person that was seen close to where the torso was. So you were looking for a crime scene.
That's correct.
Okay.
Why is that
I'm going to
funny?
show you what has been marked as exhibits 459 through 465. If you would look at exhibits 459 through 465. And as a group, would you describe those exhibits as photographs of other locations searched by the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I would.
I would move exhibits 459 through 465 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And I would ask to publish.
You may publish them.
And I will take the HDMI now.
Attorney Raymond, is the podium in your way as far as sight lines to the witness?
No,
Oh,
it's fine
okay.
for me.
I couldn't tell from my angle. Thank you, Attorney Brown.
Okay. I think it's connected if it's turned, is it turned on?
Thank you.
Okay. Detective Sims, what does exhibit 459 show?
This is a drone image of the backyard of the Halderson home, overlooking the pond area directly behind the Halderson home.
And was this pond area searched?
Yes, it was.
Tell me about that. How did the Dane County Sheriff's Office search the pond?
It was definitely done with a lot of thought, with cooperation with the pond owner, all of the residents that lived on the pond. We had to get consent from all of them. Obviously, we've taken in consideration the wildlife and fish around the pond. We didn't want to disturb that as part of our decision-making. We searched the pond because of the proximity to the residents, being directly behind the residents. At the point the decision was made to search the pond, we were still looking for numerous items of evidence. If you can see in this photograph, I guess it would be on the right side, that is our dive team truck. We had our dive team assist in part of this search. So they obviously got into the water. They also had difficulty in the search because, as you can see, there's numerous weeds growing in the pond. So as the search started, some of the divers who are Dane County deputy sheriffs, they just were struggling with the environment and the weeds below the water. So a decision was made in cooperation again with the pond owner. And we also used Dane County Parks to assist in cutting weeds out of the park or out of the pond. So we brought in a weed cutter and methodically cut weeds out so that the divers would have an easier time searching the area to try to get to the bottom of the pond.
Did the team also search all the weeds that they cut to make sure no items of evidence were missed?
Yes, we did. That happened over 2 days, actually. The weeds were cut, taken on a conveyor belt, transported to the Dane County Law Enforcement Training Center, laid out in different batches, and searched by hand, and also a cadaver canine ran around the different piles of weeds as well.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 460. Is this just a different view of the pond?
Yes, it is.
And that's after some of the water has been drained. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. I should backtrack. The decision initially was to drain the pond to assist the divers. As is with any plan, sometimes that changes because as the water was decreasing in the pond, it actually made it more difficult for the divers. So at that point, the decision was made to cut the weeds.
Did it become more difficult because of the mud?
Yes, the bottom, from what I was told, it was, there was a lot of silt at the bottom. The divers were kind of getting stuck, you know, as they were trying to get to the bottom, feeling by hand, but also, you know, with their feet.
And at the end of the day, was anything of evidentiary value located in the pond?
No, it was not.
Now I'm going to show you what's already been received as Exhibit 532. This is the Snapchat that the girlfriend Kat Melander took of Chandler at the Roxbury location. Did that lead to a search?
Hey, Nichelle.
Yes, it did.
And that's the search that we've heard previously about where the legs of Mrs. Halderson were collected.
Yes.
We heard Greg Leatherberry yesterday talk about how the trash can tested positive for blood. Based on that information, what, if any, searches did the Dane County Sheriff's Office perform?
So we actually had talked about the red staining that Deputy Leatherberry observed on the garbage can, and his plan was to test that staining, and if it tested positive for blood and then human blood, we had made the decision that we were going to search a landfill. So we had a detective, I guess basically follow from where the truck picked up the trash to Windsor residence, where that trash went, which ultimately was a transfer point, and it ended up in a landfill in Jefferson County, a waste management landfill. We also had confirmation that the trash went out on Monday, July 5th, 2021. And we had that information because we know the route, but also because of the surveillance video that we got from 111 Oak Springs. So we actually saw the garbage can and the recycle bin wheeled to the curb by Chandler. So based on the time frame from when the garbage went out to when we had started our investigation, we felt that it was necessary to search the landfill, knowing that that task would be, you know, very, very challenging. Something that, in my experience as a detective, or actually as the Sheriff's Office for Dane County, we have never done.
Okay. And I'm showing you Exhibit 461. What in the world is Exhibit 461?
Again, this is a drone image of the landfill. It's the Deer Track landfill in Watertown, which is in Jefferson County. This was taken as part of our like recon of the area. This was the area that Detective Meyerhofer had worked with the landfill management and determined that this was the cell area where we believed that the trash from the Halderson residence ended up.
Okay. And Exhibit 462, how would you describe Exhibit 462?
Again, this is just a drone image overlooking the area. You can see, I guess, to the far left of the screen, that is Interstate 94. And then kind of directly in the center of the screen towards the bottom is the specific cell or trash area we were going to be searching.
Exhibit 463. Could you please describe that for the
Yes,
jury?
463 is, I guess, as the process was going, this was taken, as you can see, there's plastic bags all over the place. There's wood. There's actually an individual standing pretty much in the center, upper center of the picture. He's wearing a yellow shirt and blue hard hat. He's standing basically in the cell area that they searched. The cell area, if I remember right, I want to say it was 50 feet wide by 50 feet. 50 feet wide by 50 feet, and then like 10 feet deep. It was a total of 20,000 cubic feet that they searched.
And was it basically they went piece by piece?
They did. Again, that was, meetings we had to logistically plan how to do that safely because of the environment you're going in, the safety equipment that was needed. We actually, deputies that worked at the landfill for the 2 weeks that we did that had to take an OSHA training before participating in the search. And that was done with, the best safety measures we could over the time period that we were there.
Exhibit 464.
464 is yet another image of the individual standing, more just for reference to determine like how deep the trash is. The individual standing there, he's approximately 5'9". So just for like a reference point of what you're looking at. Again, he's standing in the center of compacted trash. The trash is compacted numerous times. It's smashed from the time it gets taken from the curb in the truck to the transfer point. It's actually ran over with, it's almost like spikes smashed down to try to obviously tear it apart and smash it, which made it very difficult to search. You
I
can see
don't
the
see
torn
anybody
pieces of
standing
paper,
there.
plastic.
Where is
items
the
you really can't
person
even make
standing
out,
there? Oh,
within this image.
I see him
And
now.
then finally, exhibit 465.
This is
Another
just-
picture of the dump search.
Yes, this is just a close-up, again, just trying to show the depth of the trash that was being searched.
Now, did the search team come across any items of blood?
They did.
And did those end up being of any evidentiary value?
No, they did not. I should say that we were working in conjunction with the medical examiner's office and the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto, as well, in case we did come across anything. There were some bones that were found, none of those determined to be human bone. There was medical waste, bags of blood, stuff like that.
And about how many
Bags of
people were
blood.
involved in that search?
That's not how you dispose of blood.
I would say each day, it was approximately 10 to 12 people for a total of 10 days, that same amount each day.
Okay, and did you receive any tips from citizens throughout this investigation?
We did.
About how many of those would you estimate?
I would say between 30 and 40.
And was each tip followed up on?
Yes.
Did one of those tips result in a search of the Lord of Love Church?
Yes,
in
it did.
Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes, it did.
How long and can you just tell me about that property and how it was searched?
Yep, so that tip came in, I want to say 2 weeks into the investigation. I want to say it was July 17th that we actually searched that area. The church itself is located south of the Halderson home, so in close distance-wise to the home. So we put a search team together based on the information from the tipster that there was an odor coming from some of the grass property that was behind the church. There's also like a walkway around that area. Ultimately, it was determined there was actually some sewer work being done in that area. We did search it with a large search team, a cadaver canine, and ultimately located nothing.
Did you guys also search the town of Burke Park, which is right outside of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin?
Yes, we did.
Why did you search that area?
Throughout the investigation, we were talking to numerous witnesses, people that knew Chandler Halderson. We had received information from some of the people that we interviewed that it was a park that Mr. Halderson or Chandler would frequent or had been to in the past. It's a very rural park. There's a waterway there. There's a bridge and a large field you can walk across. So we thought using our resources on the same day of the Lord of Love search, we would search the town of Burke Park to determine if we could find any evidence there, and ultimately we did not.
Was the Pine Island Wildlife Area in Portage, Wisconsin searched?
Yes, it was.
Why was that area searched?
At that point in the investigation, when we decided to search that area, we had received cell phone records from Chandler's cell phone. So this had been weeks into the investigation. We worked with an analyst who mapped his cell phone records, and we had determined that there was a trip to the Pine Island Wildlife Area, which is in Columbia County, which is an area that is along the Wisconsin River. Chandler was out there late in the evening, between 10:30 and 11 at night. His cell phone was in that area for several minutes, and we just thought, based on all of the information we had so far in our investigation, how we had found, at this point, Krista Halderson's legs at the Wisconsin River in Roxbury, we thought we needed to search that area up in Portage as well.
And does that area run along the Wisconsin River?
It does.
And did you have your dive team out to that location?
Yes, we did. We actually conducted a search over a couple of different days. Just the landscape overall is challenging. There's bogs and different waterways. The area in which we searched, it was right along Levee Road, which is a levee that butts up to the Wisconsin River. That river itself, the water level fluctuates quite a bit, and it also has a strong current. So we had searched it on foot with search teams one day, and ultimately deciding that we would try and put our divers into the water after a cadaver canine had alerted along the banks of one of the search areas. The Dane County Sheriff's Office dive team did go out there one day, also with the DNR and Columbia County Sheriff's Office. And one of our divers did get in the water, and immediately upon getting in the water, it was realized that it was very dangerous. It was something that our dive team had not done before in the Wisconsin River. Due to the current and just how strong the current was, it was such a dangerous situation that we basically pulled him back into the boat and did no more searching there.
But you mentioned a cadaver dog did alert along this shore.
Yes, we utilized a couple of different officers that have cadaver canines that are employed at the City of Madison Police Department, and we did a mutual aid request for their assistance.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Detective. You can return back to the table. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point where I'm advised by the state it is a good point to break. I want to let you know that back when we began and information provided to you during jury selection on Monday a week ago, I indicated that we had set aside 4 weeks. I can tell you with confidence that I don't know if this case will finish this week or next week, but you do not, and there's no, I think, conceivable way that a 4th week will be necessary to the extent you even remember me saying that, or if I did say it, I know when we were planning, we set aside more time than we thought might be necessary so that we had that time. So I just wanted to let you know that for now, for your purposes in planning, that the week after next, you won't be here, but I make no statements or promises about next week. Obviously, we know that we had committed to a 3-week time period here with certainty. And I wanted to tell you that the state is proceeding and seeking to present as much evidence as we can each day, even if we're stopping a little bit early today. I think it's a wise thing to do. We've been a little off schedule a bit this day, and there has been a good deal of information to take in this day. So we'll adjourn at this time. I'll ask you again to not take anything or allow anything to occur to you that would cause you to be exposed to discussions or to engage in discussions about the case or to learn anything or seek out any information about the case until we see you tomorrow morning. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. We've been remarkable in being able to start on time most of the days, and I hope that continues. I'll see you ready to go at 8:45, weather permitting. Thank you.
All right.
Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. As you can tell, it's a little bit different in here today. Someone essential to the proceedings has tested positive, and as a result, everyone who was in the well of the courtroom on both sides have taken steps to quarantine under all the guidance provided by the CDC and our local authorities. I do not believe that you in any way would have been subject to exposure, but I do have to suspend our proceedings for a period of time because we cannot do any of our work through remote access through Zoom or any other means. It just is not feasible whatsoever. As a result, it is necessary to engage in a pause in this trial. Now, I learned of this, but couldn't do anything last night to contact people to say this is happening because I needed to see you this morning in order to give you directions about what to do and to talk to you about continuing in your responsibilities. Otherwise, I would have been happy to not have you have to come in this morning since I knew we weren't going to be proceeding with evidence
You
today.
can call everybody and give them
I have
instructions.
prepared an order that I'll be giving you in writing and reading in a few minutes as far as what our intent is and what your obligations are. And I can let you know that there are two things that we're asking you to do, and it's one of them at least is mentioned in the order. We'll need to know that we have the way you want to be contacted. So if we can, before you go, confirm or get confirmation of phone numbers and emails, if you like email contacts, so that we can let you know precisely when we will be asking you to come back and resume. Secondly, I do have available through the county rapid in-home tests that you can take with you if you want to take one today and use it today or after a few days in case you have any concerns whatsoever. We want to provide that to you so that you have the ability to gain some assurance yourself that you haven't been exposed here. It's a step that everyone is taking out of precaution, of course, but we can't continue our proceedings, but we do intend to continue our proceedings as it's vitally important. I'll read to you the order that I drafted last evening. And as I said, you'll have a written copy of this. The trial in this case has to be suspended for a period of days. The court recognizes the incredible commitment and dedication of the jurors, as well as the other participants, during the past 6 days of this trial. The court also recognizes the jurors' commitment to curtailing not just their lives, but their contacts and communications with others and their exposure to news and media sources throughout the last 10 days. The court finds it necessary at this time to ask that the jurors continue that conduct and commitment. The trial in this case will reconvene no earlier than Tuesday, January 18. I'll remind you that Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. We're off. This building's closed on that date. It is possible that it will be necessary to reconvene on a later date. The jurors will be notified individually by the court no later than the end of business Friday, January 14, either by phone or email. As to the specific day they must return to court.
Yeah, I heard that. And I saw some pictures that some people took, but it said in the southern states, no. You could see it through a camera. I was like, I ain't gonna go outside and look through a camera. I'm lazy. I want to see it with my own eyes.
Court. Jurors are asked to confirm their phone number and email address. Jurors are also asked to contact the court if they themselves experience a health issue during the time the proceedings are suspended. Until they return to court in order to continue the trial, the jury is admonished to continue to not discuss the evidence or the case among themselves or with any other person, and to not search out any information about the case, parties, witnesses, or the law. Further, the jury is directed to not permit themselves to overhear the conversations of others regarding the case or to be exposed in any way to such information. Assuming the jury follows this order, this trial in this case can resume and conclude with justice and fairness to the defendant, the deceased victims and their families, and to the people of the state of Wisconsin. Folks, I know other colleagues have tried and have had to postpone or even completely reschedule trials, and I think that may be something that occurs further. I asked for 6 alternates because I was very concerned about you folks during this process. I hadn't anticipated that it could cause a delay as far as others, but there are essential persons connected to these proceedings, and we are all undergoing routine testing and monitoring of our health, and this is where we are at this point in time. I know for those of you that have lives, not whether it's work or just other obligations and commitments, I know this delays things for us, and I do appreciate that, and I am very sorry for that. If you have any need for anything or further information to share with an employer or any other situation, please do contact my clerk, and I'll get whatever you need to you. That has been something we've done in some cases for some jurors that need proof that things aren't finished and that they need to continue in their obligations. Our contact information, including the court phone and Lindsay's email, are at the bottom of the order you'll receive so that you have that information. I do encourage you to stay healthy and well. I've been telling people that the jury has been one of the best here that I've had in my time on the bench, and that there's not been a peep from anyone that made me think that anyone was or could become ill, and I hope that remains true as you go forward over these next few days. We will contact you Friday. We will be working to find out how we can proceed, and I'm hopeful that it will be the earliest that we can next week so that we don't have to take up more of your time after today. Thank you all very much. The notebooks will stay on your chairs, and I appreciate everything over these last 6 days. Take care. Thank you. Randy?
All right.
So now they're happy that they added another week, because now they're going to be out a week. The way he started off, I thought somebody died or something. He was so somber, like somebody came down with COVID. That's all, like the flags at half mast. Jeez, it's the flu. I mean, yeah, people could die from it, but people die from the flu too.
And if the state would call its next witness, please.
State calls Jessica Crawford to the stand.
Good afternoon. If you're willing and able to and feel you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be the preference if you can.
I can.
Thank you so much. If you would stand, my clerk will admit.
Oh,
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
oh, that's cool,
Jessica
Michelle.
Crawford, JESSICA CRAWFORD.
How are you employed?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And what do you do as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
We examine firearms and firearm-related evidence to determine if the fired evidence was fired either in the same firearm or a particular firearm.
And how long have you been employed with this crime lab?
As a firearms examiner,
Yes.
approximately 5 years.
And did you hold any positions before you were a firearms examiner?
Yes, I did.
And what were those positions?
I was a forensic program technician.
And, okay. What is your educational background and specialized training that allows you to be a firearms examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science from Fort Hays State University. I have also trained in the Milwaukee Crime Lab Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner Training Program. This is a modular apprenticeship training program.
I'm going to show you two exhibits, Exhibit 403 and Exhibit 404.
How would you identify Exhibit 403?
This is my statement of qualifications.
And that's what the crime lab uses instead of a curriculum vitae, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 403 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And in this case, did you write a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 404. Is that in fact a true and accurate copy of the report that you wrote in this case?
Yes, this is.
I would move Exhibit 404 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
So when you say you're a firearms examiner, what does that mean you actually do?
When we receive firearms or firearm-related evidence into the crime lab, we examine the firearms to ensure their functionality, make sure that they work as they are intended, and test fire those firearms. When we receive fired evidence, which would be things like cartridge cases and bullets, we examine that evidence for characteristics that are both the class characteristics and individual microscopic characteristics that would allow us to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And what are you looking for when you're looking at, for example, a casing that was fired and comparing it to another casing fired from a known weapon? What exactly are you looking for?
So we're looking at the markings that are left on the fired cartridge case from the firearm. We would be looking at impressions or striations that are left by things like the breech face, the firing pin, the ejector, the extractor, the chamber. These are all areas that we would look at in order to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or from a particular firearm.
So does each firearm leave unique characteristics on a casing?
Yes, it does.
So you can match them up in theory. If you have the weapon and you have the casing that was shot from it, you should be able to match them.
Correct, you should be able to.
Okay. Did you examine any evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, did you examine a firearm in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As the detective blows up and gets the firearm, I'm first going to show you the box that the firearm was in. This is 291. it's now been put into a secure carton, but if you want to look at that, does this have markings from you or your lab?
So when an item is accepted into the crime lab or submitted to the crime lab, we will give it its own unique crime lab number, and each item will receive its own unique crime lab identifier. So in this instance, there is a barcode label. That barcode label has the unique crime lab case number of M21-1575, and this is item AL.
And I think the detective is going to approach you. And Ms. Crawford, is this the weapon that you fired in connection and marked AL?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, detective. And in this case, were you also given a casing to examine? Specifically, Exhibit 284, a casing found in the Halderson home in the basement floor.
Yes, I was.
And so when you had the firearm and you were given this casing, what did you do to examine both items?
So in the examination process, once again, I function tested the firearm to make sure that it worked, that there was no damage, and that it could safely function. I functioned these safeties in order to make sure that they function as intended. And then I performed test fires of the firearm. I then took those test-fired cartridge cases and I compared them microscopically on a tool we call the comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is a microscope that is two microscopes connected by one optical bridge. What this allows for me is that I can look at those two objects simultaneously. So that was performed in order to look at those individual markings that were left over from the firearm.
And in this case, did you compare Exhibit 284 to the test rounds that you fired from the weapon, did you say AL?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your examination?
I was able to determine that this test-fired cartridge, or this cartridge case, was fired in item AL.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I came to that conclusion based on the different microscopic markings that I was able to identify in the breech face, the firing pin, and the ejector.
And was this case peer-reviewed and verified?
Yes, it was.
And what does that mean for your conclusion to be peer-reviewed and verified?
Peer review is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and reviews it to determine that it is accurate and complete. And a verification is when a second qualified examiner takes the evidence, performs an examination, and confirms that my conclusions and the evidence are matching.
So to put it simply, a second pair of eyes looks at the data and the results and sees if they agree or not.
Yes, and the physical evidence itself.
And are all of your conclusions here today to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as practiced within your field?
Yes.
And is the lab that you work for, the Wisconsin Crime Lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
And what does that mean?
That means that a third party oversees our policies and procedures in order to ensure that we are meeting or exceeding industry standards.
Okay, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, and released.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. And the next witness, please.
It's going to call Laura Matson.
know about Chandler, but I'd be getting upset with my defense team right about now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference if you're comfortable with that. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Laura Matson, Lauramatson.
And where are you employed?
The Wisconsin Department of Justice Crime Lab in Madison.
And what is your position at the crime lab?
I am an advanced latent print and footwear examiner.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2003.
Talk to me about what you do as a latent print examiner.
As a latent prints examiner, I examine items of evidence and process items of evidence for latent prints to determine if there are any suitable prints on an item of evidence. If there are suitable prints on those items, I will then compare them to any known standards. I can also utilize our state and APHIS, state and FBI's automated fingerprint identification systems, a tech review and verify other examiners' work, as well as testify in court when needed. As an advanced analyst, I do more of the review process and writing of policies and procedures, as well as train new employees at the lab.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh in criminal justice, and then I attended the Waukesha County Technical College Police Academy, where I've received my law enforcement certificate.
When it comes to latent prints, what specialized training do you have?
I had very little training as a law enforcement officer in latent prints. Most of the training was on site at the crime lab, which included trainings by both senior and advanced analysts, covering examinations, how to process items, how to do comparisons, and how to come to determinations of my evaluation. It also included learning how to use our databases. And then I have also attended over approximately 300 hours of external training in latent prints.
Are you certified by any organizations?
Yes, I'm certified in latent prints by the International Association for Identification.
What is a latent print?
A latent print is generally a hidden or unseen print on an item that you would normally have to physically or chemically process in order to see it.
What is a known print?
A known print is an intentional recording of a person's friction-ridged skin. Typically, you would see something like that on a fingerprint or a palm print card, an intentional recording.
We're going to talk about some latent print work, and you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, we're going to talk about your work as a footwear examiner too, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about your work or what you do as a footwear examiner with the lab as well.
As a footwear examiner, similar to latent prints, I, again, will examine and process items of evidence for question impressions. I will analyze images of question impressions to determine if they are suitable for comparison. And if they are suitable for comparison, I can compare them to any submitted known footwear standards. I can also utilize our footwear database and our internal reference collections. And again, I will tech review, verify other examiners' reports, and testify in court.
Similar question to your fingerprints work. What specialized training do you have to do this footwear impression work?
My footwear training involved both internal and external training as well. Internally, again, by senior and advanced analysts, and externally by certified examiners. Again, it covered processing, examinations, comparison, and evaluation decisions. And I have, in footwear, I have approximately 100 hours of external training in footwear examinations.
When it comes to both latent print analysis and footwear analysis, have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 5 in footwear and about 38 or 39 in latent prints.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We'll start with exhibit number 426. What are we looking at there?
Exhibit number 426 is my statement of qualifications.
Sure. And this somewhat details what you just talked about in some of your training and experience in this area?
That's correct.
All right. When you do latent print work or when you do footprint work, do you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, the case of Chandler Halderson or regarding the deceased individuals, Bart and Krista Halderson, you wrote numerous reports in this case.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked. There's exhibit number 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, and 434. What I'm going to have you do is just page through those. And my question at the end is going to be, are these your reports in this case?
Okay.
Just let us know when you're done.
Quit barking.
Yes, these all appear to be my reports.
All right. In addition to your reports, there were a number of photographs taken at the lab, and all of those items have been transmitted to my office and to the parties involved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll move exhibits number
my
429 through 434 into evidence.
And 426?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
426 and 429 through 434 are all received.
All right. And rather than having to read every one of those reports sitting here, we've created a presentation detailing some of those reports, have we not?
Yes, we have.
All right. And as 428 is in fact the printout of that presentation.
Yes, it appears to be flipping through. Yes, it does.
And 427 is just labeled as an envelope of the USB drive containing that PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I'll move 427 and 428 in evidence.
No objection.
Those are received as well.
And if we could have the HDMI left put up.
What shows on the large screen should appear on the
Oh,
computer
there it
monitor
is.
for your
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll start with 429, which is a report of August 17th, 2021. You examined some items in this case regarding some footwear analysis, correct?
That is correct.
What were those items?
I examined item C2 and item S, which were both tarps.
Sure. And I think the jury has seen in this giant box in a garbage can, we have item C2, which is a tarp, and item S, which we've been referring to as a barn. The barn tarp is in this giant bag right there. But for instance, if I bring you this item, are you able to take a peek at that item and let me know, for instance, is that item S?
Yes, it does have the crime lab identification of item S on it.
Got it. And that's exhibit 143. The crime lab uses its own identifying stickers on these items?
Correct.
All right. When you looked at these items, what were you looking for when you first saw them?
When I first examined them, I was in the presence of other analysts, and I was looking to see if there was any either footwear impressions or if there was any friction ridge detail, which is the detail that is on the palms of your hands or the bottoms of your feet.
At that time, did you have any shoes to compare it to, or were you just looking for if those prints were there?
I was just looking for impressions.
Sure. And you did some search for the designs of things you were finding?
Why are you
That's
being
correct.
so
Tell me about
noisy?
So when there's a footwear impression, we have a database that we can use. It's called Soulmate FPX. Is one of the many databases that we can use. So if we have a question impression, if you think of the bottom of your shoe, we call that the outsole, and there's going to be a pattern on the bottom of that shoe, and that's produced by the manufacturer, and it's going to be shared by multiple shoes. When we see an impression, there are details within that impression. You know, there may be a circle or there may be triangles, and the relationship of where those are in correlation to each other, we can use that information and search our databases to see if we can find a potential shoe that did make that impression.
What type of databases are we talking about?
So Soulmate FPX is a database that is made by Foster and Freeman, and they have worked with many manufacturers and have uploaded the images into this database where we can search them. We also have just reference collections that we've made internally from shoes that we have received either from crime scenes casework or either from building our own from other analysts at the lab.
Sure. Some people bring in old shoes and donate them.
Correct. And we also can reach out to other examiners throughout the states on a forum to see if anybody else has ever seen this shoe at a scene before.
Sure. So examining C2 and S, you saw some designs that you wanted to look into further.
That's correct.
And you've personally seen these tarps in these images, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so just briefly, if we look at C2, we've been talking about it, this large box right here. There was a tarp inside of that garbage can. This is different lighting conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the tarp we're talking about that has some yellow duct tape on it.
Item C2, you did, yes.
Okay. And inside the garbage can, that's what the tarp removed, correct?
That's what it removed, yes.
Just a different view of that same tarp.
Correct.
Tell me how you find these prints. Do you literally just get on your hands and knees and look? Is there a special tool you use? How does one go about this?
This is a fairly large item, so it was a little more difficult to, get to the center of it. So in this situation, we did open it up, and I was able to. The best way to sometimes see this is actually in darker, like when the room's dark versus when it's very bright. So we did dim the lights in the room, and I used what we have different. We have flashlights that have different wavelengths. So maybe purple or maybe UV. So I utilized those flashlights to see if there was any footwear that was able to be seen using that different frequency of wavelength.
And you were able to see things?
Yes, I was.
Is this an example of what you saw in C2?
That's an example, yes.
So once you have, perhaps this, recovered from C2, what you saw, and you then start looking to see if you can find that shoe?
In this situation, I finished my additional processing, and then once these images were taken, I analyzed the images and then used the information from the images to search the databases.
And were you able to find a shoe consistent with this print?
Yes, I was.
And was that a Brooks Launch 5?
That's correct, it was.
Now, these images are just commercially available images, right, of the Brooks shoe?
Yes, they are.
They're not specific to this case?
No.
Okay. Do sometimes you rely on those commercial images in your work?
Mostly we do. In general, when we are able to find a possible outsole that made that impression, we can use just an image search online to try to give the police an investigative lead on what the uppers of the shoe may actually look like.
Okay. And so then we're going to talk about the other item, the barn tarp, item S. Same procedure. You laid it out, looked, different lighting conditions.
That's correct.
And there you found an impression as well.
That's correct. That's a processed image, yes, or impression.
And there you did some different work in this case, I would imagine, with this impression. Was it the same database, or were you able to find this image a different way?
We utilized the same databases to find the images. This was, I believe, as a reference from the Soulmate database.
Understood. So at this stage, I imagine the police haven't brought you every shoe they collected in the investigation. They were waiting to see if you found something, and then you asked them, or how does that work?
I had not received any shoes at this time. I issued the reports with these findings of the images that you just saw as an investigative lead. And then from there, shoes were submitted to the lab.
So then we have another report, October 28th, Exhibit 433. There, the police bring you some shoes that they found in the case.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 359. It's been testified to be a pair of Brooks shoes, size 10.5. And we've heard about some DNA on it, but is that the item you labeled, or your lab's labeled AD, and then AD1 and AD2 for the two shoes?
Yes, it is.
When I say AD, Adam David?
Correct.
So are these photographs of the actual shoes that you were provided from the Halderson house?
Yes, they are. These would be the bottoms of the shoe, the outsole design.
What do you do once you get a pair of shoes like this that appear to be possibly something that was on that tarp, and you want to look at it and see if it matches? What's your process?
The first thing we do before I do any type of beyond my examination of just documenting the general condition of it, is we always have it photographed so that we can have it photographed in the condition that it was received. Because the next thing that we do to help us in our comparisons is we will actually put a black powder residue, which is similar than what you probably see on crime scene shows where somebody powders for latent prints. We put that on the bottom of the shoe, and we make a clear tape lift from the bottom of the shoe, so then we can actually use that as an overlay to compare it with the question impression. So before we do any of that powder, we make sure that we do have it documented with images first.
Sure. And so here we have what's labeled as a test impression.
Correct. So the image on the right where it says test impression, that would be where I made the powder tape lift, so it was a clear overlay.
And once you have that, you're able to look at some comparisons of the original shoe print you saw on the tarp in C2, and then the shoes that you got that were purportedly from the Halderson house. You're able to compare those images.
Correct. I'll compare the images to both the standard, the physical standard, as well as the images and the overlay, the test impression.
And is that what we're looking at there?
Correct. The image on the left is a close-up picture of the question impression, which CIMP1 is what we designated that impression to be. So C stands for the item, so it was TARP item C, and then IMP is for impression 1. So this was the first impression that I compared on this item. And then the image on the right is the test impression from the known left shoe.
What are you looking for when comparing these? What types of, I imagine you're looking for abnormalities or something that is just different in both images that you could compare?
So we're looking at both similarities and differences when we're doing the comparison. The first thing that I'm going to compare is when we're looking at this, we're going to look at the outsole design, and that's going to be your general overall pattern that's on the bottom of the shoe. So we'll be looking at, and you can see pretty clearly that the pattern at the bottom of the shoe is similar. If there was they were different, at this point I could say that there is an exclusion. However, in this situation, I would go deeper and continue a back and forth comparison, also looking at the wear. In a previous image, you could see that a new shoe of a Launch 5 has, can't really point, but you can see where there's those square blocks, and they looked like one solid large block. However, a new shoe, when you get a new Launch 5, they have 3 little dashes, kind of like when you go further down in the impression, there's 3 in a row, and some of them look like M's. So a new shoe would have that throughout the entire pattern. This shows that this area of the impression and in this area of the shoe was actually worn in those areas. So those 3 hashes are kind of gone, and now they're one solid block. So that wear corresponds between CIMP1 and the wear that is shown on the bottom of the known shoe. So we'll start with looking at the wear. Then we'll also look at the design elements to make sure that they are also in the same size, they're in the same location, and they're in the same shape.
And in this case, were they of the same size, shape in general?
Yes.
And this may be an illustration of some of the defects that you were able to observe in both the item C2, the print you took off of it, and then the test impression from the shoes you were provided by the police?
Correct. So in order to make any identifications in a case, we need to have what are called randomly acquired characteristics. We call them RACs. RACs are going to be what randomly happens it's to the bottom of your shoe or the outsole as a result of a random act. So normally your shoes are going to be nice and clean when you first buy them, but the minute you walk outside, there's a chance that you're going to step on a piece of glass and potentially cut one of these design elements, or you're going to have a stone get stuck or embedded in between the design elements. So we need those types of things in order to make an identification in footwear. And again, just like with the other things, you have to have everything in correspondence, including the size, the shape, and the location of these racks.
Based on all these comparisons, you've made a chart, essentially.
That's correct.
What are we looking at there? There's a lot of letters going on. Tell us what we're looking at.
So if you look at the first column on the left, IMP number, I kind of briefly explained before, and it was C2 IMP1. So again, it would be the impression would be C2, and then IMP1 is impression 1 from that item. And then it shows the comparison decisions for either item 81 or for item 82.
And maybe a more visually pleasing way to do this is you had some findings at the end that described what you found.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about item 81, which again, we're talking about these shoes that were provided to you by the police from the Halderson house. Were you able to determine the left shoe here? How did it relate to the prints that you identified on that tarp in the garbage can as C2 impression 1?
So for C2 IMP1, I identify the left shoe to have made that impression.
It did make, you identified it to have made that impression?
Yes.
Okay. What about IMP2?
So for C2 IMP2, I again identify the left shoe to have made that impression.
What about the third impression, IMP3 on the tarp in the garbage?
C2 IMP3, I concluded a high degree of association between the shoe, the known shoe, and the question impression.
And the fourth on the tarp inside the garbage can, C2 IMP4, what was your finding regarding that?
In C2 IMP4, I concluded there was an association of class characteristics.
Now, in addition to, we talked a little bit about your qualifications, you did some fingerprint work in this case in addition to that the work with the shoes, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote a report labeled, in this case, is exhibit number 430. You examined quite a few items here.
Yes, I did.
Talk to me a little bit about fingerprints. Does every item that's touched by the bare human hand retain fingerprints the same way and the same quality?
No, they do not.
What types of things weigh into whether fingerprints are able to be recovered in a quality fashion from an item or not?
There are a lot of things that can determine whether or not you leave prints behind. It's really a chance. We always consider it as a chance that you're going to leave prints behind. You know, you touch an item several times throughout the day, but you probably don't even notice your fingerprints on that item all the time either. It could be the condition of the item. It could be the temperature. It could be how much you're potentially sweating or how dry your hands are at the time that you touch an item.
In general, what types of surfaces retain fingerprints well?
In general, it's easier to leave prints on smoother surfaces. It's more difficult to leave prints on textured surfaces.
So when we look at, for instance, in this report, the vast majority of, in the right column, is no suitable fingerprints found, essentially.
That's correct.
But there's one that's bolded there, item C2A, which is labeled piece of yellow tape removed from item C2.
Yes.
And that was in fact a piece of yellow duct tape removed from that tarp that was in the garbage can?
That's correct.
Okay. You were able to identify a print there.
Yes, I was.
Is that maybe a view of that print?
Yes, as an overall view of the print.
When you got this print, you saw it, were you able to immediately make any identifications or did you need further fingerprints from the police?
I was not able to make any identifications initially.
So you asked them for essentially better fingerprints, clearly finger rolled or rolled fingerprints from Mr. Halderson.
That's correct.
And were you provided those?
Yes, I was.
Then you wrote another report, exhibit
Yes, I did.
432. Did they provide you this item, AF?
Yes, they did.
And that's labeled in our case as exhibit number 362. Are those clearly rolled fingerprints?
Yes, there's approximately 9 or 10 pages in there. Yes.
What is different about these fingerprints than the ones that were initially provided to you?
So the first set of fingerprints that I received were from just a regular 10 print card, which you normally would see somebody had their prints taken on. However, it's more difficult to get all of the areas of your print on one of those small little squares on a fingerprint card. So after my initial comparisons, I requested additional standards so that somebody would be willing or able to take tape lifts or rolled prints that include like the tips and the sides and all areas of the palms so that I could compare all areas of his fingers and palms to make the comparison.
And at that point, you at least, what you knew, you only had one item you were going to compare it to, which is the only item that you were able to find a recoverable print on, which was the duct tape, the piece of yellow duct tape that was on the tarp in item C2.
That's correct.
Okay. And then when they sent them to you, they also sent you an axe just to see if you'd be able to find fingerprints on it.
Yes,
And you were not.
I was not.
Did you do a comparison between the known impression from Mr. Chandler Halderson and the print that you recovered from the duct tape on the tarp?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at there?
So the image on the left is, again, the latent print that was on the duct tape. And the impression number is, again, C2A. That's the item it came from. FRD stands for friction ridge detail number 1. So this is the first print on item C2A. So that is the impression photographed with the duct tape that was on the duct tape. The image on the right is the overall print from the standard that was submitted on the last, was it item AF?
Yes.
So that was what the print looked like when it came to me. And then the smaller image is the area that I ended up focusing on in order to make an identification.
What are you looking for when you focus on an area like this?
So everybody has friction ridge detail on the palms of your hands and on the bottoms of your feet. You have what's called friction ridge skin. And this friction ridge skin is different than the skin that you're going to find anywhere else on the rest of your body because it has raised ridges on them. And those raised ridges, when you look at them, may look like just fine lines, but under magnification, you'll actually see that these ridges have unique characteristics to them and features called minutia points. And those minutia points are where a ridge may abruptly stop and its ridge ending. It may be where a ridge, one single ridge splits into two, looking like a Y, which we call a bifurcation. So everybody has those types of features within their friction ridge skin, but where they are in relationship to each other is what makes them more different and unique to each individual.
Individuals, all of us have unique fingerprints.
Correct. So when I begin looking at these, looking at this, I'll do an analysis of the question impression or the friction ridge detail first. And I'm going to make note of those unique features in the print. And then when I have a known standard that I need to compare it to, I begin by looking, again, going back to those features that I marked, and I find a target group. So I'm going to look for a grouping of maybe 3 to 4 areas of friction, or sorry, of those unique features, the minutia points. And I'm going to go into the known standards, and I'm going to look to see if I can find a same grouping that corresponds. If there's correspondence, I will continue to go back and forth until there's enough sufficient data and to either identify or exclude.
Sure. You're looking for a lot of these different pieces of data as you do this, right?
Correct.
In fact, this is, in this case, some of those comparisons that you did?
Yes, this is the information or the data within the print that I use to support the conclusion of an identification.
Sure. And all those little dots, what do those represent?
So those dots are going to be those minutia points that I mentioned before. So the dots, if you can see clearly, may show where a ridge ends or where it may connect with another. So where one ridge becomes 2. There might be a couple dots in there as well. The circles in there where you can see with an item where I have marked A or D or F, those are going to be target groups. So when I start my comparison, I'm going to choose one of those and look for that kind of target group. And then I'm going to see if I can find those corresponding target groups in the known standard on the right. And you can see how they correspond between the two.
So were you able to draw a conclusion then from the print that you recovered on the tarp that's in the garbage can, item C2A, and then the piece of duct tape, which is FRD1, to the left ring finger of Mr. Chandler Halderson? Were you able to draw any conclusions?
Yes, I identified the left ring finger of Chandler Halderson to that impression from friction ridge detail.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. So I want to draw your attention to that first report. And that, I believe, was just you originally taking the tarps and seeing if you could find any kind of latent prints, correct?
For the latent prints one or the footwear one?
The footwear one.
Okay.
And you did both tarps, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think we've identified the one in the garbage bag or garbage bin as the C2 one, and then the other one is the barn tarp is what we've been calling it, yes?
Yes.
So for the tarp, the C2 tarp, that was where you identified those Brooks Launch 5 shoes, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the other tarp, the barn tarp, there was another pair of shoes that you identified there, correct?
Yes. I wouldn't say identified, found and investigated a lead of a possible type of shoe that made that.
Perfect, thank you. So that's basically saying that the tread mark matches this particular type of shoe.
Or a shoe similar.
Shoe
Yes.
similar to it. And what exactly is that shoe, if you don't mind reminding us what that shoe?
Can I refer to my notes for
Go
it?
for it.
Okay, so the impression on item S, I was able to locate a possible outsole bottom of the shoe that matched from a Polo Ralph Lauren.
And you're not able to identify the shoe size at this point?
No.
So later, when you did that supplemental report with the shoes that were provided to you from law enforcement, I believe you mentioned that those were the only shoes that were provided to you. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, they were.
So you were never provided any type of Ralph Lauren shoes?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as the prints that you found on the duct tape, where on the duct tape were those prints located? On the sticky side or the outside non-sticky side?
On the non-sticky side, on the yellow portion of it.
And were you able to identify any other type of prints, or was that the only print that you were able to look at and say, yes, this is a fingerprint?
That was the only one.
Were there smudges or anything else like that?
None that I noted, no.
And as far as the fingerprints and the shoe prints go, we don't know how it is that those fingerprints or shoe prints got on these objects, other than at some point someone touched them. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about, bringing you back to the footprints real quick, when you were talking about first laying out the tarps and trying to identify if there even were any footprints there, you mentioned something about using different types of light sources to get that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point, did you use luminol to try to get or to try to see footprints?
No, I did not.
So to kind of put my head around it, if you will, if I just step on a surface, regardless of whether there's anything on my shoe, it's possible for me to leave a footprint.
That's correct, yes.
And again, you can't tell when exactly that shoe print was made, other than at some point I stepped there.
That's correct, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nope.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
I think you have some reports.
I'll grab it.
Oh, wait.
We'll get those to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a good
you.
rest of your day.
You too.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference, unless you're not comfortable and able to do that.
I would prefer to leave my mask on.
All right, very good. Please proceed.
Would you please state and spell your name for us?
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is McMahon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee as a trace evidence examiner.
And while I talk, if we could have the screen on, and I'll have you pull that microphone just up as close as you can to you by the base. It slides. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is the comparison and identification of fibers, glass, fire debris analysis, and it also includes physical fit analysis.
Tell me a little bit about your educational background and your qualifications to perform this type of work.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Internally at the crime lab or in your work as a trace evidence technician, what types of trainings did you undergo, or what have you done in order to learn this skill set?
To perform physical fit analysis, I completed a training program at the laboratory that included readings, hands-on exercises, mock casework, and it culminated in a competency exam.
Sure. And how long have you been doing this work?
I have been doing physical fit analysis for approximately 3.5 years.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple things and see if you can identify them. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 419. What is that?
Exhibit 419 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And is that accurately describe your qualifications and educational background?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 419 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Were you involved in the case involving Mr. Chandler Halderson and the deceased individuals, Krista and Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And you wrote numerous reports in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few documents, and the question at the end will be, are these the reports you wrote in this case? So I'm showing you, it's been marked as exhibit number 422, 423, 424, and 425. Are these the reports you wrote in this case?
Yes, exhibit 422 is a copy of a report from August 16th, 2021. Exhibit 423 is a copy of a report that I wrote on October 7th, 2021. And exhibit 424 is a copy of a report that I also wrote on October 7th, 2021.
And what is exhibit number 425, if you could?
Exhibit 425 are copies of the photographs that are associated with the analyses that I did with the reports that I authored for this case.
Understood. So I will take these, and Judge, at this time, I will move exhibits 422, 423, 424, 425 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And rather than reading those off, a presentation has been put together in order to display some of your photographs and your reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
And does that exhibit, is that labeled 421? Does that appear to be that presentation?
Yes, it does.
And so I'll represent to everyone that 420 is the USB drive containing the report, but I'll move 420 and 421 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
So we talked about your education qualifications, and we talked about trace evidence testing. You used the term physical fit analysis.
Yes.
Just a little bit, if you could, tell us how you go about performing a physical fit analysis. And if you want to use an example of a stick broken in half, what are you doing? What are you looking at there?
So with physical fit analysis, what I'm doing is I'm examining broken pieces of evidence to determine if the broken ends could fit together, if the pieces of evidence were once joined. In layman's terms, it's sort of like a forensic jigsaw puzzle.
And you performed that analysis and several items related to this case, in the State versus Chandler Halderson.
Yes.
Let's talk about starting with your August 16, 2021 report. You, in that case, or in this report, you reviewed two separate items. One, a piece of black rope recovered from the Halderson residence, and one piece of rope recovered from the torso of Mr. Halderson.
Correct.
We have some photographs just to demonstrate what you were looking at. This is one of those items. Is this one of those items?
Yes, it is.
And another photograph detailing perhaps the other one?
Correct.
Okay. One side's taped. Can you tell us why?
The side that was taped was marked non-evidence end, and that is just to indicate to me as an analyst that it was cut by the submitting agency.
So rather than bring you the whole rope, they cut off the segment they want you to look at and tape that end.
Yes.
You performed some analysis there. Tell me what your findings were.
So I examined both pieces of rope, and when I'm doing a physical fit analysis, what I'm looking for is enough detail in the broken ends to be able to see if they could fit together. In this case, I was unable to perform a physical fit analysis because there wasn't enough detail in the cut ends to determine if the pieces of rope could have fit together.
Sure. And you took some photographs of that.
The imaging unit took some photographs of it.
And that's a separate unit at the department that you work in?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a photograph of those two ends?
Yes.
Okay. And so while they might visually appear to be the same color and there's a couple different strands there, you're saying in your profession you're not comfortable making any conclusions related to that?
I wasn't able to perform physical fit analysis on these items.
Okay. Now we're going to look at exhibit number 423, a different report, this one of October 7th. You issued a couple reports on October 7th, but this is the first one. You examined some different items here. Here you had some yellow duct tape that was recovered from inside of a garbage bin, I think labeled item C by the lab, and there was item C1 and C2 inside of it, but a garbage can, there was some duct tape stuck inside of it?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had a long piece of yellow duct tape, medium piece of yellow duct tape, and a short piece of yellow duct tape, item C2B, and C2C. Where were those items recovered from?
Those items were recovered from item C2, which was a tarp.
Those were the pieces of yellow duct tape on the tarp?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had an item called item H. Item H is labeled as a roll of yellow duct tape. And that was an actual roll of duct tape?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 283. Is that roll of duct tape that you were able to look at?
Yes.
Okay. And does that have your lab sticker on it?
Yes, and my initials are on the seal.
Understood. Thank you. So when you had all of these pieces of duct tape, what was your thought process, or what were you trying to look for there?
So what I was looking at was general physical characteristics, so the color, the width of the duct tape, and then I was looking at the torn edges of each of the pieces of duct tape, as well as the edge that was attached to the roll, to determine if there were any physical fits between any of the pieces of duct tape or any of the pieces back to the roll.
And we have some photographs of the items. I think the jury has seen this image. Exhibit 58, which has already been shown to the jury, but that's the tarp inside of the garbage can out on Irwin Road. Is that piece of duct tape that was inside of that garbage bin?
Yes,
In the next image, is that the tarp laid out with the pieces of duct tape visible on it?
yes,
And next slide, is that a closer up of one of those pieces?
yes,
Same with the next slide, just another closer up.
yes.
You removed those pieces from the tarp? Or someone did?
Somebody at the laboratory did. I did not.
Were they laid out for you for inspection?
They were previously analyzed and sent to me after the previous analyst was done with their analysis.
Things like fingerprints had to be done first.
Fingerprints would have to be done before physical fit analysis, yes.
Okay, so let's look at a couple of these pieces. C1A, one of the pieces, that's a photograph taken by the lab.
Yes,
C2A, another photograph of the other piece.
yes,
C2B, just another piece.
correct.
C2C, just another piece. Now let's talk about item, I think it was H. It was a roll of duct tape that you were provided.
Yes,
I'm showing with the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 259, image of the roll of duct tape at the Halderson home. Go back. The police provided you that, and you took some, or photographs were taken of that by the lab. Here now it's labeled, of course, item H.
yes.
Ooh.
You performed some analysis?
Yes.
Tell me what you did and what you found.
So I looked at the items visually and microscopically. I was able to connect or to determine that physical fits were present between items H, which is the roll of duct tape, item C2A, which is one of the pieces of duct tape that was on the tarp. I was able to determine that item C2A, one of the pieces of the tarp, also fit to item C2C, which was found on the tarp. And then item C2C found on the tarp, the other end physically fit to item C1A, which is the piece of duct tape from the garbage bin.
So while you just said a lot of letters and numbers, what that meant was that the roll of duct tape that we saw pictured in the exhibit found at the Halderson home connected in one continuous line with all the pieces of duct tape that were found either in the garbage can or on the tarp that was found in item C.
The roll of duct tape physically fit back to one of the pieces on the tarp, and yes, those other pieces also physically fit to each other as well.
And thankfully, the lab took some photographs of this.
Yes.
Okay, so there's the fit between C2A and C2C.
C2A and C2C and C1A.
Okay.
Yes.
Then C2A and C2C, that one's connected as well.
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was, in fact, a physical fit.
Yes.
And then C2A and H, H being the roll of duct tape.
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was a physical fit.
Yes.
When you determine this, are you looking at it just with the naked eye? Are you looking at it any closer? What are you doing?
So my first step in examination is to visually look at it. Again, I'm looking for sort of general class characteristics. So the width of the duct tape, the color of the duct tape. Then I'll use a microscope to examine the evidence in a little more detail, to look closer at the broken edges, to determine, again, if the broken edges could physically fit back together.
And in this case, this is what we talked about, that one continuous piece of tape.
Yes.
And is it your opinion that item H fits into C2A, which fits into item C2C?
Yes.
Talk about another report, exhibit number 424. Here you examined a couple of different items, one being a broken saw blade and one a bow saw frame.
Yes.
Okay. Show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 141. Is that the broken saw blade that you examined?
Yes.
And it's sealed, correct?
Yes.
going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 226. We don't have to open it, but is this the Bosoff frame labeled item AG that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. For everyone's benefit, I'm including exhibit number 113, showing the saw blade. It's already been received into evidence. Exhibit 224, showing that Bosoff frame found at the Irwin Road property, or excuse me, found at Oak Springs. The lab photographed that broken saw blade.
Yes.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
The blade was broken at one end.
Yes,
And is that a close-up of the broken end?
it is.
Now, the Bosoff frame, did it have a piece of metal that appeared to be a broken end of a saw blade?
It did.
And is that what we're looking at in this slide?
Yes.
And is that item perhaps a bit closer up?
Yes.
Okay. So you then, having all of these items, you perform some analysis on the very tip of a blade that was left on that Bosoff frame that was at the Halderson house. You looked to see if it matched the saw blade that was found out at the Irwin Road farm. You looked to see if those were a physical fit.
Yes.
And what was your analysis?
So again, I looked at the items visually. I looked at the broken ends. Then I used a microscope, and I was able to determine that there was a physical fit between the saw blade and the small piece of blade that was removed from the saw frame.
And photographs were taken of this.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So that's the small piece on the left-hand side is from the frame, and then the end of the blade, and that's the physical fit that you can that I determined existed between those items.
Is that another closer up view, but maybe a different angle of that same thing?
Yes.
And what are we seeing there that we maybe couldn't see in the prior photograph?
So with this item, it appeared that when it broke, before it broke. So this is just a sort of like a 3D physical fit.
There, we're looking at just a different angle of the same fit.
Yes.
And there as well.
Yes.
Based on looking at that item, you're comfortable saying, though, that those two items are in fact a physical fit?
Yes.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
If you have any exhibits, nope, go right ahead and have a good rest of your day.
What?
Time. We're going to break for the day. It's been a concentrated day, and the state will continue its presentation tomorrow. Obviously, during the time that you're away from this room, please, once again, don't discuss the case with anyone, don't engage in any research, don't look at any news reporting or media regarding the case, or accidentally be exposed to any information about the matter. Your notebooks will be in here, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at the same time as always. Thank you.
All right, Gary.
What, no? we're gonna stop there for today too because I can't stay awake. I'm falling asleep. So, um, I'm still, I guess, not feeling well from yesterday. Not, I don't know why. I guess going out in the cold yesterday. I don't know. But I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna go take a nap. Sorry about that, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bye, guys.